So, are you familiar with the concept of runners?
Elaborate. What do you mean by runner? I run. I've run before. I'm a runster.
Oh, it is simply a little bit of a tradition going all the way back to Novgorod, you see. Something that we have adopted here in Libra due to its incredible effectiveness.
R-
You see, it is, I suppose, a little bit of a step to the left to Wraith MCs, in the sense that it is people that, one, such as myself, someone with money and many ambitions, but cannot quite make them realize without sidestepping the limelight, one might say. This is where runners come in. I would pay you, and you would do a thing for me, discreetly.
I'm not against the subject of doing things, but what type of thing would I be doing?
Well, before I go into more details, let's see if I can entice you. He presents you with his data pad, and there is a sum of money on it. That sum of money
Yeah.
is literally the full 8 ticks of the money clock.
What the fuck?
Now that I have your attention.
Yeah, time to play it cool. They look down. They stare. They squint.
You have mentioned yourself that there's a little bit of a rivalry going on between me and Leon Smith, correct?
Yes.
I'm sure you remember that. Yes,
Yes.
wonderful. Well, as you probably, such a smart individual as yourself, probably has already guessed that whatever I am going to ask you to do has something to do with that rivalry.
Directly undercutting Leon Smith. What about everyone else? What about Nosgorod beyond? Or is it only targeting Leon Smith?
Well, so far, only Leon Smith is directly impeding upon my territory.
Well, I'm way more amenable to that because it was kind of rude to one of my friends.
He's rude to many, darling. It's just the kind of man he is. Terrible. Deserves everything that comes to him.
I see. I'm picking up what you're putting down. The shit you are spitting, it is landing well.
Oh, don't you worry, my friend. You don't have to pick up anything, or I guess only one thing, and that's the money I am about to throw at you. You don't need to understand me or my motives. You don't need to accept or agree. You just need to press that button that says, "Oh yes, I would like this money, please, and I will do this in exchange." The contract is already all made up. All you have to do is digitally sign it.
Well, it is a lot of money. Wait a second.
It would be quite the easy job, too. After all, I've already prepared most of it.
And the money is also easy.
That would be pretty easy money, as they say, yes.
Hey Christian, toss me a 1d6.
Okay, let's see.
The quietest
The
voice.
doctor is not in.
With
It's on his
God,
lunch
Red.
break.
with Red locking in, looking at squinting, looking down at all the money. They think hard about this. They're like, oh, this would be extremely useful, but at the same time, they turn, looking over at Peter. What if I could secure you help for all of this money?
In what sense, darling?
I need to speak to a few others about this.
Oh, perhaps assemble a team of sorts?
Exactly.
Well, that's in the contract. If you read
Oh.
this, and he
Oh.
points at the thing, and it's like, yes, you are legally, blah, blah, blah. Like, to like,
Oh,
it
yeah, yeah.
tells you about like how you would spread essentially the money between all of the people equally, etc., etc. And if you don't do this, there would be legal repercussions. But then it doesn't say about what each individual would do afterwards.
Oh, of course.
Um, and he basically goes, everything is prepared, easy as pie.
Easy as pie. Hold on. Brain power resisting.
I just need a bunch of competent hands in order to get this done quickly.
Red. The red stat lifts the hand and is about to press the button before the blue stat catches the hand. It's like, wait. Can we talk about this later? Can we defer the payment of all of this wonderful money?
Well,
until
that's the
later?
wonderful thing about this contract, my dear. I only pay you after the job is done.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. Wait a second. Then I'd be legally obligated. Hold on. No, I'm going to come back to the Wade. They slowly stand up and
What's
they're
the
like,
problem, my friend?
it's a long...
I am nothing if not a dear contributor to my community.
I
This
understand
is my
the
way of helping out the
contributions
district.
are extremely substantial, but I
Mhm.
must stick to my principles. Being they raise up to their full height and recite.
Principles don't get you dosh, my friend.
No,
Yeah, you would say that, wouldn't you?
no. Principle number 5 of the Knight's Code is I love crime. So yes, no, that one does get me money.
What an interesting knight's code. Would you be willing to share, perhaps, a little written list? I would love to know. A TLDR.
They stop, they pause for a second, and then they realize they nod a few times, and then they start to scribble down the Knight's Code, but they remember option 2 of the Knight's Code. Do not trust politicians, and CEOs and HR managers are the politicians of the corporate world. So they're going to write down a fake as fuck Knight's Code that the can use to manipulate them. They slide it over the table. Bryn, improv whatever the fuck you want for that.
Okay, I see.
Um,
Oh, fascinating. Well, good thing I'm not a politician now, am I?
good, yes, of course. But Knight's Code number 3 is correct. Do not jump to conclusions without sufficiently gathering evidence and doing your research. As such,
Very clever.
I do need to speak to my cohort about this before I begin anything, even though the money is quite tantalizing. Thank you. They stand up and bump into this guy on the way over.
You better sign up with the boss.
Now, calm down, Jonathan.
Right.
Yeah.
This is
Get
a
out of here, runner.
potential employee.
I see you, Jonathan. He's squinting over at this one down here and looks across the table at the other one, and that's Peter A. How many Peters are there?
Got a problem, man?
No, I don't have an issue. Right now, my eyes, your eyes.
My your eyes.
They make their way away. And then they scramble over and stare at the data pad again and all the money. And then they run away.
My eyes, your eyes.
You run away. Let me put you on the gym there. You run away, and the camera sticks by like a little bit as another form eventually goes through that door. Like, what? Where you going? And just like, tries to follow you. Then centers back on Peter Moss, who gets suddenly a little message on his data pad. Oh dear. Boys, our new apartment seems to have its alarm going off. Could you please go fetch that real quick?
What? Sure, boss.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh,
boy.
fuck. Shit.
But the camera does not follow our friends. but instead go into a high point in the district, somewhat isolated, the kind of place where you can see all around you, see for a while to be able to notice anyone who would be approaching. The kind of place that you pick for important conversations.
Is Lauren already starting the murdering? Is this already beginning?
Oh, this is another one. There's another bench. Be gone,
Oh, that's
bench.
hilarious. Be gone, all of you. There we go. Dead.
Ping me again?
Yes, I will ping you again.
Oh wait.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, weird.
you killed
Okay.
everyone!
I did
Everyone's
not,
dead.
but
No, I
the
killed them because
thing
I thought
did.
they were the fakes.
Ah, I see, I see. Hold on, let me go fetch them real quick.
Get out of here, faker!
Fake?
Yeah, you're
You're
faker.
not even good enough to be my fake.
I will fetch you guys. Copy. And
Faker. I'll show you the fake doctor here.
Pulls out his fucking certificate.
Guys, it's been like 10 minutes. I'm having a great time.
all right, here you
There
are.
we go. Let's have a little seaty. A little seat for a little lad who's taking a little break.
I was drinking coffee.
So how much conversation have we had so far? Because I was just gonna break down everything that happened in that room. Are we post that? From last session?
I would say no. This is you kind of just like
Sure.
chose this place to be able to divulge what you've
Okay.
been
Perfect.
talking to. I feel like the talk from there to here was more about Lauren Briggs showing up, and
Sure.
then now we're like catching up.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let us have a seat. And I'll take a seat. All right. I want to tell you what happened in that room. I didn't want her to get suspicious of both of us, and perhaps wanted to keep the information as if it was separate. I did not expect her to send you out. I was asking on the legacy that we had in my possession.
And what?
She
Sir?
definitely seemed familiar with it, or at the very least its capabilities. There might be a bit more we can glean from it, though. In terms of what exactly it does, if she does know, she did not tell me that much.
I mean, that would require anyone to know what a legacy is capable of at a glance. Which,
Of course, I'm sure. You seem to know a bit.
she pauses, but shakes her head. I mean, not more than most people, granted. That's not a great deal. Legacies in general are just kind of a mystery of the populace. Even those who might consider themselves experts, she rolls her eyes at the word, are, as far as I'm concerned, grasping in the dark.
I see. Are you sure, too, that there's nothing else you know?
What do you mean by that?
The incident that occurred back then was... He thinks a little bit. It is most likely it was caused, at least in part, by legacy. They have changed a number of us. Our nature as anomalous undead is most likely a part of their activity. But was your condition changed? I was not very much able to ask about that. How much has changed since you're in contact with the legacy? Have you noticed any changes?
She stares hard at you. Considering I no longer have a body, yes, quite a bit has changed.
He kind of shifts. Yes. Though your symptoms are not... entirely atypical of ghosts, no?
Only that I heard the call, felt it, whatever it is. But that is the extent of it,
Hmm.
as far as connections to undeath.
I see. Well then. All the same, I would like to do more research into this whatever organization, this cult. I think the trail is run dry so far from what I've discovered. But perhaps if we keep looking in different places, we might be able to find it. We do have more time now. I would also like to ask you in 66B to assist me should this legacy situation turn on its head. To get more information required a risk, but I do not have much intention on risking myself. I would prefer if either of you could give me assistance with Holden in the future.
Still not entirely sure why you thought it was a good idea to share that with her.
You cannot... Oh god, gummy throat, sorry.
Oh god.
Drink some water. Oh. It does not affect my standing very much. It might be a risk if they wish to whisk me away, but perhaps that is why I'm asking for your assistance. I do not very much fear with 66B around at the very least. That sort of direct action from Holden, not yet. Not until we've got our own stranglehold on them. She gave us a pretty good hint of what she wants. I'm planning on going to the agricultural district soon. I want to look into things there.
You can see that she's trying so hard to pry something out of what you're saying. She is watching you so carefully at this point.
Oh wait, why is he locked? Get out of there, buddy.
Get out of here.
Get out of there. Okay. He will kind of shift his attention.
But anyways,
He's going to pull out his phone.
who do I have to call now? Let us see. I think it's William's phone.
I'm gonna call William's phone to call Rat to ask where 66B is.
You mean to call Mouse?
Well, Mouse, yes. Mouse.
Rat is somebody different
Rat is
entirely.
someone
So,
different entirely.
This is the hilarious thing.
Wait, it's Ray?
so-
or who's?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you call William, and William basically is like, "I'm very sorry. Mouse is not here, nor have I seen 66B."
Right.
Um,
What was this again? No, Ray.
It's Ray, yes.
Ray. I'm going to call Ray.
There is. Yeah, there you go.
You call Ray, and immediately it's not even Mouse that answers; it's 66B.
Hello.
Hello, 66B.
Yes.
We are going to do something very important today. No doubt we have many different things to do. I would like to catch up. We have just returned from the district. Or returned to the district. But first, we're going to buy you a phone. Right now. I'm not putting up with this any longer.
I also have very interesting news. I was just offered an amount of money that would functionally be 8 ticks on the clock.
No.
And the camera zooms away,
Yep.
as we will do a little bit of a time skip.
Lovely.
So I will shift you just so that you can see the message.
The next day.
The next day. Our point of view fades in to witness the skyline of Libra, this time closer to one of the walls. A single white feather glides by as we plunge towards the ground, and an unfamiliar convoy. I will shift ping you. A man, unknown for us, is pacing around, thinking, while the mercenary in front of him, while having a mask that would hide away any amount of sweat or facial expression, the body language is still clear. He is stressed out, nervous. The man finally stops, turns around, and says, "Okay, it's only one failure out of many successes so far. But you better not fuck this up this bad again. You're supposed to be reliable, not full of traitors." The mercenary gets to attention. "Yes, sir. What happened again, sir?" "She probably disappeared by now. We don't have time to tie up loose ends. Just go back to your base. Continue as planned." "Yes, sir." The mercenary, all too glad to be able to leave, turns around and immediately makes his way out of here. The individual continues pacing for a little bit, and eventually turns around and goes in a different direction. That mercenary was all too happy to talk to Gardiner and not his boss, and honestly was kind of thinking on his way back to his base that is the kind of luck that Gardiner himself doesn't really get to have. He has to talk to his boss every day. But that mercenary simply does not know the type of relationship between a squire and their knight. In a dark room in the convoy, Gardiner makes his way in. Brisk pace, but not in too much of a rush. Makes his way deeper in, and eventually stop at a respectable distance. He bows. "My lord, I have news." As I reveal a large form turning around to face his squire.
Oh dear fucking god! They were kidding. You're not.
"My lord, it would appear that there was a traitor amidst the last operation of Obsidian Security. The operation was overall still a success, but it didn't look good. However, it was only one out of many." The knight seems to think for a little bit, and then regards his squire once more. "No matter. Fear will do its office. Embarrassing mistakes will be swept under the rug. Keep up the pressure. Do not let the Watchers breathe." "Yes, my lord." As the camera zooms away once again, to, weirdly enough, a communication feed. "Panic spreads through the streets as gang violence breaks out of the underworld. Last night, multiple reports of gang movement all across Libra reached our ears at DM Wickley and got us to investigate. It was not difficult to collect footage, as it seems multiple criminal factions have decided to open fire in our very streets, condemning our neighborhoods to the status of war zone. It was always known that criminality rates were high in Libra, but the culprits would usually keep most of their business to the catacombs. Many districts have had to deal with various unsavory organizations on the regular, most of them, however, honorable in their own way. But it seems, unfortunately, that the times have changed. Tensions between 3 underground factions have been on the rise for quite some time now, and they have reached their breaking point. No one could have predicted the size of the conflict. Veritable battalions deployed all over the city, engaging in skirmishes. The citizen trapped in the middle. Many districts simply have no response to such violence, and the boys on the walls keep to themselves, obligated by law to not intervene. James Steffens of the Rational Preservation League did not wait long to jump on the opportunity and organize a press meeting to, I quote, shout out loud what many seem to think behind closed doors. In this new climate of fear, he might just be right. Although the concept of an armed force under city council command within our walls is unprecedented, some start to say that it might just be what we need to face this crisis. Some of our journalists managed to catch the city council editor himself, Abel Duma, between 2 meetings to ask for the stance of the city council on, on this matter, but was only met with the following quote. I am unfortunately not currently on the seat of inner city affairs. I do not have authority on this situation and refuse to put unnecessary pressure on my colleagues on the matter. I am certain they will find a way to manage this crisis competently in their own way. They are brave folk who will do what needs to be done. Concerning is the silence of the rest of the council so far. Are they hard at work solving the situation, or are they simply cowering under their desk? This has been Billy Myers at DM Weekly. More at 11. The camera fades from the information feed, and our point of view fades in onto a small office. Can't believe that they keep getting away with this shit. They always mess up with my words and make it feel like I'm on the side of the Preservation League or something. I think it's because I'm older gentlemen. I just think that's this what will work or something. It just gets under my skin. At least, you know, you get the information out there. That's what matters, right? It's what matters, yes, but when they mess with it that way, it's just... God, I just remember the good old days where journalism meant something, you know? Sure, yeah. Speaking of, I guess, of, journalism investigation that means something, we should probably call him.
Right.
It picks out phone. It was a specific number, as the camera fades out again. To a secure line.
Aha! I pick up the line.
Yes, hello. Is this, looks at paper, Dr. Matthias Bench?
Yes, it is.
Right, wonderful. This is Billy Myers from DM Weekly. I am here to report on the various little scoops that you have been giving me.
Oh, of course. Please, go ahead.
Yes, Archie is also right here with me. Here, say hello, Archie. Hello, I helped too. Yes, he
Nice.
helped.
I'm glad you're doing well,
Wonderful
Archie.
job. Yes.
Bench reaches into his pocket and pulls out a crossword puzzle that he has saved for this exact moment as he lays it out on the table and waits.
Alrighty. So, if I remember, you've been basically asking us to gather information about those CEOs potentially moving into Gate 13, yes?
Yes, I was.
An affair about Low Tide Media and Life Fuel Media.
Yes, of course.
Right, well, I am quite proud to tell you that we have unearthed quite some juicy stuff.
Oh, really?
Yes, quite, actually. First thing first, your suspicions were confirmed. They are indeed moving towards Gate 13, and apparently locked into some kind of capital-based race to get to something, some sort of new entertainment technology.
Of course.
It's been quite hard to get that information, I'll have you know.
Oh, I see. Yes, of course.
I keep in mind that I know this information now. I don't say anything about it, and I just let him keep going. focusing on my crossword until he says something new.
It also is quite intriguing. It would just so happen that Leon Smith just took over Low Tide Media quite recently and actually booted out Peter Moss out of there.
I turn over and I point at a part of the crosswords with to Ed, trying to get his help with it.
It's Constitution.
Okay, thank you.
If you want a synonym, there might be a synonym in those things. I think the rest is stamina. The journalist on the other side continues to prattle on for a while, basically telling you everything that you already know. However, he does get to something interesting eventually. That's not all, though. I have managed to gather some information on Peter Moss's family.
Oh, truly?
Yes, there's a lot there that I'm sure you will be able to find on your own that you're probably not too interested in. But the thing that is most important for your situation specifically is that it would appear that Peter Moss's father, or I guess adoptive father, Rahab Ruvik, has been also conducting expeditions in the catacombs for a while now, all over the city. He's been spending a lot of money in security and scientists, of all things.
Oh my goodness, truly?
Yes.
That's quite interesting.
Yes, I got it from word of the man on the streets. None of those, digital things. I actually went and talked to people that saw those various little caravans just going down and messing with things. Lots of expensive equipment. Very weird equipment too. One of the people that saw Rahab Ruvik's team go down was actually a DJ and mentioned that there was quite a lot of audio equipment for some reason.
Oh, audio.
But I'm sure that's neither here or there. The important part is that I have actually compiled all of the points of entry of Rahab Ruvik throughout the city and where he seems to be going. And, well, I'm sure you guessed it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure you guessed it already. It goes right for you.
I see. Well, that's something else entirely interesting. I suppose I can take over from there, and I'll let you know if I find anything out.
Yes, I would be extremely careful with that Ruvik individual. This is very old money we're talking about.
Ah, of course.
Lots of contacts everywhere. Lots of support as well.
Of course. No. Thank you very much. This is all very useful.
Wonderful. Well, if you ever need more of my services, you know where to call me.
Excellent. Oh, I saw your excellent piece on the recent crime surge. Very good stuff. Very good stuff.
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, it would appear that my words have been a little bit taken out of context and rehatched in such a had very clear opinions about the situation. Blah, 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 blah.
No, I understand. I was going to say that seems to be the case. Oh, and you know it would be pretty good if
what would be?
If everyone keeps thinking that you are a preservation leaguist, perhaps the best thing to do would be to do a piece on the agricultural district. Very interesting things going on there. It would help even out. The best way to defeat bias is to simply report both sides, yes?
I always say that journalists these days just don't go enough on the field and don't go talk to the people. You know what? I should actually put my money where my mouth is. Yes, I will do that. I will go to the agricultural district and I will talk to them myself. See what they have to say. Maybe I could even find those reclusive disciples of Vega or whatever.
That sounds like it'd be very interesting. Here, I'll even proofread it before you publish it. Just free of charge. Nothing. No worries about it.
Wonderful. You are a true friend.
You too, my friend. You have a great day.
Have a great day. All right, say goodbye, Archie. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Archie. I hang up. I actually didn't get to finish a crosswords this time. Very punctual this time, honestly.
Oh yeah. He sure goes on for a while, don't he?
Oh, they didn't go on his 15-minute tirade about printed media this time.
So. Oh God. How how long ago was pretty... How old is he? Is he just a fucking human?
He's just a human, I don't know. You're probably older than him.
I am older than him. I lived an entire fucking lifetime as a fleshy, and then an entire lifetime as a fucking zombie. I am definitely older than him. What is he talking about?
I don't know. I think there must be some point in a life when you get old and you think you are, the oldest one around, and then in actuality you just at the beginning of things. Ed, did that happen to you? Did you think you were nearing the end of your spring days during the crisp age of 80?
It's very funny, because I actually think that did happen to me, but it was actually when I was a 20-something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just thought I just figured it all out.
Well, it's been a long time since then, I'm assuming. How long?
Oh, God, I don't want to think about that.
I suppose that is fair. As my
Look at
elder,
me,
I do
my
appreciate
bones are
your
pristine,
guidance.
my calcium is shiny, I still got it.
You do. If it seems as though the eye of his skeleton is like a new youth. So much jovial energy, I see.
Yeah, you gotta. It's, it's kind of your last pass at physicality.
I suppose so, yes.
Or make it count.
You do. You only live as a skeleton once.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I unhook the cord to the phone as I stand up. Do you know where to get a good phone for 66B?
I mean,
well.
I'm never, I'm never gonna refuse some cash. I got some spare parts.
Of course. Well, in that case, maybe I should put in the order here.
Well, maybe.
All right. Can you get one like mine?
Yes. Yeah, right. Well, he sort of reaches to take a look at your phone.
Well, he'll hand it over and then just
Well, you worked on it before, but if not, even just anything.
Yeah, I see to remind myself. He immediately pops it open. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I would probably not get it as thin as this, but I'm pretty sure I could get all the functionalities in there.
Nice.
He
Very good.
pops it back in, hands it back to you. Yeah, no problem at all. Just come back in a little while. I'll make it top priority.
Thank you very much.
All right. I prepare to head out now, walking over and out and stuff like that. Let me just roll something. Okay. It's like a nervous twitch. He pulls it open again to look inside of it after handing it over to someone. Like the fucking paranoia of a secret keeping man. He just looks at it a couple of times and then stops and keeps going. And then he's going to put it up to his or put it up to his ears and try to meet back with the others.
As you try to be back to the others, you realize that there is something happening at the same time, actually.
Oh.
A little favor that you asked of 66B.
Ooh.
Let's go. The squad.
This is one of the most luscious buildings you've ever been in, 66B. Everything was kind of prepared for you in advance, like the lunch, the exact time of her lunch break, like a day where she would be particularly busy, so it would make sense that she would not have eaten much. A bunch of stuff like that. Obviously, as a scatter, she doesn't need to eat, but you got from good sources that she very much still enjoys the feeling of munching and shit, especially if there's nectar within whatever she is eating. Then she gets taste again. More a soothing thing for the nerves than anything else, really. But we all have our habits.
Yes. 66B wanders in. They look back and forth and stare over at Mouse, eyes wide. I understand it. Opulence.
It's kind of crazy that we made it this far. I didn't think that just naming Dr. Bench would just get us through so many desks.
I feel out of place. I feel inadequate. Is this what money does to a person? Makes them feel lesser.
I think it might be, but if there's one thing that my old mentor used to say, is that there is no place in the world that you don't belong in. You just gotta strut on in like you own the place.
Okay. I'm going to strut. Clank,
Right,
clank,
strutting.
clank. The two strut in. This massive figure and mouse, and it looks arranged. Good afternoon. We brought you some donuts.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Slides across the table.
I've been told that you were. I've been told by my various secretaries, I guess, about your progress on the way up the tower. Is it true that it's my friend Bench that sends you?
Yes. He also similarly is the one that advised us about the donuts.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Actually, she immediately takes one and pops it in.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I
Where
understand.
to meet you? Oh, I should present myself.
Oh, right. I should present myself.
I'm sorry. I got distracted.
No, that's my fault.
My dogs!
This
They
is
like
a
each other!
disaster.
Right. All right. She sort of like gets up and extends a bony hand. Marguerite Véraud.
66B. A pleasure.
Oh, that's a funny name.
Yes, it is. This is Mouse, still has not let go of the handshake, looks over at Mouse.
Hi, hello. He waves. Hello.
Right. Takes a step backwards.
Interesting name, and I suppose a hair color. I'm sorry if this is insensitive, but are you perhaps from Merkwell? I am, actually. That's not insensitive. I get that all the time. Right.
Yes, a lot of very fun and interesting stories from back then.
I do. Well, I don't. I don't have from Merkwell, because I can't talk about that. But I can talk
yes.
about my days in Veritas if you want to.
Flashback to talking to Chloe.
Well, I mean, honestly, hearing about Veritas is already pretty interesting. But aside from that, I knowing my good friend Bench, I'm sure that you're not here for no reason or just to deliver some donuts.
Yes. At the very least, he let on that you've been running into issues, particularly lately, with a lot of things. It sounds like actually.
Yes, it's been a lot. It's been a lot. I've got to be fully honest with you, Mistrum 66B. I was a secretary, like many of the ones that you talked to on your way up. I just so happened to be a lot closer to, I guess, the top. See that desk over there? She points to.
Yes.
She points to that desk. That used to be my desk.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Sometimes, don't tell anyone, but sometimes I get back over there. It just feels better.
And you just wound up in charge because the CEO went missing, correct?
Yes. Our wonderful CEO just decided to sell everything to the wind, essentially condemning the company to collapse, and then just went on her way, disappeared, vanished, without a trace, without news, without telling me anything. I am not mad.
I see. Here, just connecting the dots together. This is Orchid Asmara, correct?
Yes, it would be Orchid Asmara.
66B thinks. They're calculating. They're doing mental math in their brain. Do
you have perhaps news about her? Is that why you were sent here?
You watch them stand stock still, and then it's like you hear the mental dice rolling, the brainwashing machine going, as They decide, hi Mass, what do you I see you every time do this. It's my favorite thing. But yes, find secrets. The brain tumblers go through, and they more or less need to come to a conclusion right now. This person in front of them is indeed a CEO, which means they're untrustworthy. But also, they're a CEO that used to be a secretary on the far side of the room, which that is not a CEO's position. Also, simultaneously recommended all this is going on formulas. And with yellow winning out, that means that the final conclusion is they sort of they smile and sort of lean in, and you notice that in the box of donuts, they have taken their smoke and actually punctured the side of it a little bit, and instead of saying this out loud in an office that's likely super fucking bugged, they are going to share the phrase, yes, but I don't know if it's safe to talk about it here.
Oh God.
Yeah.
She reads that, and then kind of like looks back at you, and is like, it's been a long time since I actually took advantage of my position as CEO.
Yes.
And I am feeling a drink. Do you want a drink? I want a drink. Do you know a good bar?
Yes, I do. Brilliant smile. Let's go!
Drink with the dog.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And I feel like this would this be where we all
Yes.
reconvene, essentially?
Yes,
that makes sense to me,
this
right?
is perfect.
All right, let me banish the moss.
Begone, Peters!
Begone, beast! I have way too much fun with him.
I love him. All this
Wonderful.
money.
Money.
Wow,
Hold on,
that's
I need
very
to.
interesting. That's a lot of money.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
let me just put us here. There we go. As I get things ready. There's gonna be a lot of that today, chat. This is a little bit more of a free roam session, so it's gonna be less, necessarily like what's the term? Fluid as usual, but
Yes.
we like these as well because it gives a lot of agency. Here we go.
I love this format, especially for a session like this where we're like, oh, there's things we want.
There's a lot of things. There's a
There's
lot
so
of
many
paths
things.
forward. Get you in. Okay, I need to get them across. Entertain chat, please, while I fucking fight
Hello,
Roll20.
chat.
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 Hello, chat.
Oh, chat, look at this little lighter I have. Ooh!
Oh my god.
Ooh! It's shiny!
I loved watching
Jingle the keys.
the political shit pan out where we're like, you not only see the council's position, you see how, yes, obviously this needs to be turned to, if there's crime, preservation league. We clearly need to soldier cops everywhere.
Yes.
And
Damn, that's crazy.
I love Dumas so much because Dumas really does have the energy of the ascendant, utterly enigmatic politician whose stance is incomprehensible. Like the eldritch version of my political message appeals to everyone. I'm doing a Ubalt Shiner voice for no particular reason. But he's more, I am eldritch and unknowable. My policies appeal to you.
Look,
I am
pretty
Ubalt
I
Shiner if he was
I-
a Cthulhu cultist.
Yeah!
I am the god of politics. When you vote at the polls, I gain an ounce of power.
It does not matter which side you vote for. So, because a vote for anyone is a vote for me.
Wow, that's wait, what?
I don't know what you're talking about. My current seat is with diplomatic affairs in the external affairs of the city. I do not have influence on the inner affairs of Libra.
Oh, of course not. It's not like he's held every single position available within office at
Yeah,
one point
That
in
is
his life.
simply proof of my competence.
That
not
guy's
my
got like a
influence.
scalpel double the size of mine, and that scares me.
Bro?
He's been alive for like 2,000 billion years.
Yeah, bro is literally...
Only 800.
I love it because bro definitely picked that position, right? Or like got moved to that position and is like, I now have moral plausibility. They can't say I'm influencing internal affairs. Anyway, time to decide who comes and goes. Very interesting you chose the church right now. Very interesting inks here right now, sir.
Well, we needed food.
Continue to not have an agenda, my man.
Never.
We need food. Those dirty agriculturalists aren't feeding us.
They aren't fearing us. They're just fucking, striking all the time and like not working like they should.
Like
Mourning
no,
their leadership or whatever.
Oh, whatever. All right.
Not that I would ever
We
say
make
that.
our way back to
Hmm.
the bar as
The
you take your
bar.
dog on a walk
Yes.
and then find some friends.
Walkies.
Oh my god.
I'm so excited.
I've never been around these parts before. I've known of Gate 13 for a bit now, ever since
We're
Matthias told me about it.
Hang on. This is wrong. There we go.
Oh,
Yes, it's extremely nice. I imagine that they walked past all of the boys on the way in, and all three of them did hello.
Hello. Yeah, absolutely. I do really like this group of boys that we met on the way. They're very polite.
They are. 6B is gonna walk
It's
in.
good to see the youth just at it, you know?
They are nothing if not at it. 6B blathering and waves to everyone, and then is there's Bench now.
Oh, hello!
Mid
Hi,
talk with
Matthias.
Yumi, I turn over. Oh my goodness! Welcome, Miss. I did not expect to see you today.
Yes, your wonderful friend has actually invited me to talk more privately about things.
Oh well, of course. Oh, don't let me interrupt. Take a seat. He stops, turns around, and is like, this is my good friend here. This is Margaret. Please, introduce yourselves.
Well, hello everyone. I am Marguerite Véraud. I am the secretary. I am the CEO of Radiant Navigations. Very recently, though, still getting my bearings and all of that. Which chair would you like, Miss? Should I
Here.
take this one? Should I take this one?
B actually essentially like hops back behind the bar and just kind of like leans against it. I mean, you
Okay.
might as well sit next to your good friends, Dr. Bench. She looks
Of
over
course.
at Bench, just like, what is she doing here?
Madison sort of like pipes up and like, all dramatic ghost things aside, this is my bar. You're not supposed to be on this side of things.
It's not like I'm going to mess anything up.
Get on the other side, be please. Are you, or perhaps would you like to help me serve our clients?
If you want an ass, then sure.
Wonderful. She gets some glasses your way. And
Immediate
Bench
regret.
like
love
leans
them.
back and is like, Mouse, sit down. You're standing there. It's a bit awkward.
right, sorry, I got distracted.
With what?
The phone.
Oh. I see.
6
You know, it's pretty incredible. It's a very actually like ancient type of like model. Yes, I do not exactly have the money to replace it. Oh, that's completely fine, actually. If you gave me the right parts, I could upgrade it to make sure that it lasts you like a couple decades. That sounds very nice, actually. Hold on. Serve the clients, Beep. Thank you.
that?
I would like a nectar margarita, please, says Marguerite.
Mm-hmm.
Well, go on, Bee. You want to earn your place on this side of the bar now, don't you? I'm busy. I have to talk technology with a young man.
66B is looking between the two of you and is literally in real time trying to parse this relationship. They're like, something is going on here. I don't know what. Mental math. Hold on. I have no idea.
Something is wrong.
You know what? Yumi, why don't you take care of this? You know the bar far better than I do. She's gonna go over here and
Hang
hop
on.
over.
Whoa, hang on a second.
I rolled a 2. If there's any
God.
rumors active.
Right. Hold on, yeah, let me look at that. Where are my news? There we go. News Angel Ryumi activates.
Let's go.
2. Okay. Let's see. Where would we be at?
Be right here.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's the good stuff actually.
Oh,
Well, I have heard. You remember the Ink convoy?
Yes.
Yeah, you remember how they were like trying to get a deal going with Warlock Finances to like move money from Ink?
oh
Okay,
God.
yes.
Yeah, so you know how they got kicked out?
Ow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they got kicked out by the vice CEO of Warlock Finances for some reason. Some sort of like, political alignment type situation. There's a lot of people who think that Inc. just came in to try and steal the, food deal, like agricultural deal, from Viridis. But it doesn't seem like they've made a move quite yet, at least not on that. No one is really sure why they're here, except for the like higher grades of the city council. So I don't get to hear about that. What I do get to hear, though, is about the vehicles that they're getting close to Libra from Inc. Vehicles that are full of dosh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's something.
The word dosh is uttered from one end of the bar, and all 66B hears in their head is money.
I am expecting some good old, banditry type drama to happen soon. I'm sure
Wraith MC
many
would
people
be
have
busy
their
that day,
eyes
you
on them.
know.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Goodness.
There's so many Wraith MCs around, especially these days. I'm sure that's gonna happen, and that's gonna be great. I hope DM Weekly or something gets some like actual footage of the action.
That would be something. Goodness. There are so many mercenaries and otherwise coming through these days. I think we had one move into our district recently, even.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
That's
very interesting.
crazy.
Absolutely. Dangerous times.
Wait, is that the person? Is that the person that stole from Peter Moss's apartment?
I don't think I heard about that.
Well, I did.
Thank
Apparently,
you.
some unknown person came through the bar and was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna stay here a while," but then she didn't, and instead she made a beeline for Peter Moss's apartment and stole everything.
Oh my goodness. That's pretty funny, actually.
Thanks, Queen.
They didn't even catch her; she just disappeared.
Goodness. That is interesting.
How embarrassing.
Yeah, scandalous even. Speaking of scandal, she swivels around to look at Yubi. What was that in front of the bar the other day?
I have no idea what you're talking
Looks
about,
pretty
Yumi.
buddy with a big hunk of metal over there. Got all blushing and stuff? What was that about?
That was a very normal conversation that you really didn't need to be a part of, so I'm not sure why you feel the need to spread it everywhere.
But I'm not spreading it. I'm talking to you.
Very, very loudly. Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't control my volume.
I don't think you understand the rules of gossip.
I'd shake my head looking at B and then just turn over.
Margaret.
Yes, it's quite a lively place you got here.
It is. Everyone knows each other in a way that brings a warmness to the room. But I am noticing that you are not getting your drink, so perhaps I should remedy that.
Oh, thank you.
I get up, move over this way, and I start making my way across, and I stop at an invisible barrier and knock twice on the bar and look at Madison.
May I?
Why? Are you perhaps serving the clients?
Yes.
Then please go through.
God,
She
I love her.
like turns around and gives a look at me.
B is fully ignoring her right now.
What would you like, miss?
I would love a nectared up margarita.
Yes, of course. Right on.
I've learned that word from my new friend 663.
Yes.
Angelic smile.
Well, one nectar top margarita coming right
Not a hint of guile.
It's just such a good way to say it. It gets the point across so fast.
He starts making her drink, puts it down on the table, and then is just like,
Have you been managing decently well?
I think so. At least things are not exploding anymore. Thank you again for the assistance on, getting the southern, border of Libra up and running thanks to your gate. I really appreciate it.
No, it's quite all right.
he kind of waves up as he sort of turns on over.
Honestly, I feel like I haven't given you enough back yet because you've basically given me a lot of free real estate. I'm pretty sure I'm the first navigation company that gets to go through here. Everybody thinks that this place is abandoned and just not running.
6XP's expression. Yes, that's squints over at bench. Huh. You said her company can come through first?
He kind of turns over and is just like,
Well, yes. I told there's no problem.
That's wonderful. They visibly seem relieved with all of the attention. I turn towards her. It seems like everyone these days, particularly recently, seems to be interested in Gate 13 to some extent. The fact that you are coming through, and coming through first in particular, is a massive weight off.
Oh, well, I'm so glad you think so. I do try to be respectful of the places I invest in, navigation, it's a lot of very big industrial vehicles coming through it. It could cause quite a lot of damage. I'm very glad the roads that the Watcher uses were just open to us. That was very nice, so that I didn't have to just go through your actual residential part of your district.
You've managed to avoid the residential district entirely, and you don't have any interest in setting up shop here?
Well, I suppose technically I am. But no, a gate is just a way through, It's a way to go through the wall and to do it in a way where distance is at its optimal route and number for the client to get what they want quickly. It's just been very strange, I suppose, and a bit straining because I get all sorts of people who want things to go in and out and to other places. But strangely enough, a lot of people want to go through the south of Libra lately. For ink stuff, that's completely fine, although I don't get as many contracts over there as I would like. Novgorod is a little bit more weird because they're more to the east. But honestly, at least Viridis, I was never expecting. They're up north. That's the opposite direction. Why would they want to do that? But my client was very adamant, so the client's always right.
Of course. A few quick things cross 66B's brain. One, relief. She does not seem interested in our fucking basement. Finally, someone! It's not like, oh, but if I was able to open up a little shop around here.
Bench gives you a knowing look.
Yes! 66B nodding. They also, very interesting that a client was extremely insistent about coming in through this area, but, I mean, it'd be impolite to ask. Confidentiality and the like.
Oh yes, unfortunately that's a big part of Radiant Navigations. We don't divulge information on our clients as much as possible, at least. I think I already told too much, but
They wave their hand and they sort of look over at her. I apologize because the conversation has been actually exceptionally nice up to this point. If I shift the topic.
Oh, but I've been having a great time as well.
Yes.
You're wonderful company.
Yes, if I shift
Matthias,
yes.
Could I get a straw with that, please?
Of course.
I
Thank
give her
you.
one.
If I shift the topic to why I brought you here, I think things might get a little more stressful. Is that all right?
Oh, well,
This is
I feel like that's been every day so far. At least I get to be stressed out surrounded by friends. Instead of alone in my office without anybody to talk to.
B.
So should Yumi be here for this, or? Just
I move
saying.
over to the side. I slide a drink slowly across the bar. And I say,
This one's on the house if you keep your lips busy.
My goodness, I'm so glad you pay so much attention to my lips.
Your face is radiant. I can never look away.
Oh my goodness, she takes off her hat and fans herself.
What is B's reaction?
As you leave, she basically you just hear from her, "Don't get me too drunk now. I don't know what I would do."
B, what is happening in your brain right now? You were in the mid. You were caught in the crossfire of that.
You were too close for comfort.
I love that this is the first instance of flirting of this game.
Just blank-faced looking between Bench and Yumi, back to Bench, back to Yumi, back to Bench, staring at Bench for a moment, stares dead ahead to the back of the bar and just very quiet.
Oh god.
You can try and infer what the fuck that means, but that's all the reaction you get.
Could you roll me a roll to die? Not for prying further, just to see if Yumi notices the
11.
Okay, 11. Okay. No, she doesn't. She don't notice.
Damn.
She's too busy.
Remember, Laura, you can always choose to fail a roll.
Yeah, I know.
Damn. That's fucked up.
Over here, 66B does put their hands down and they're like, well, this is my formal apology for, I suppose, bringing the mood down. I don't like to do that, and an acknowledgement that the conversation has been extremely nice so far. I would love to just meet and discuss over less serious circumstances in the future. And then...
Of course, well, I am very busy, but I would love to.
66B is going to lean in and fill her in on... Okay, so I'm gonna give the brief because it's a lot of fucking information.
It sure is.
But I am interested about a few points and seeing her reactions to a few points in this.
Okay.
Specifically, not going to name Chloe at all, like by name. Gonna leave
Yeah.
her name out of it completely. That's for her safety. But there is one core thing that I'm looking for her response to. When we walk through, bring up the fact that Chloe met with or got a message from and was in correspondence with Orchid Asmara. And a lot of the trouble that she is currently in is related to the fact that Orchid tapped her on the shoulder and said, hey Chloe, look into this for me. And she did. And it had something to do with Lauren Briggs, and now she's on the run for her fucking life and has been for weeks at this point. And I am gonna use the name Lauren Briggs.
So here's my question, just
Yeah.
before you continue,
Yeah.
onto what wording you would use for this
Yes.
specifically, because here's my
Yeah.
deal with that. So you mentioned that you don't want to like reveal too much about Chloe, which
Yes.
is makes a lot of sense,
Yes.
but you're still wanting to like communicate at least the situation. So
Yes.
do you shift who this is to somebody else? Do you just don't tell her who that is?
I think 66B will be upfront and just go, there's a person who best remains anonymous. This is person A. And we'll just go, person A did this, person A did this. So if she knows Chloe personally and the situation that she's going through, she'll be able to put it together on her own. If she doesn't, that's not superfluous information she can pass on.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So if
Yeah.
if all you communicate, if you communicate nothing about Chloe beyond just the situation she's in,
Yes.
then basically she would go, "Oh, well, that sounds horrible. I am so sorry for this person."
They are they did receive correspondence from Orchid Asmara, and in doing so looked into Lauren Briggs, and as a result are now on the run. That's the last we've heard of Orchid, as promised. It seems like she is investigating. At the very least, she's investigating at the very least. Lauren, who I understand has been in communication with your office?
I suppose that makes sense. Lauren has essentially cancelled all of Orchid's endeavor when it comes to, well, destroying the company, essentially. Oh, I should probably not say this, but Lauren has essentially been my savior. She has come in and has bought back so many of my bread is like the stonks. That's not what she would say. Like all of the shares of the company. And to be honest, I was quite surprised that she would put me in charge because, well, at this point, she might as well be the CEO of Radiant Navigations.
Yeah, that makes perfect fucking sense.
But then she just turned around and basically told me, "Oh, no, you are in charge. You will stay independent. All we want is your normal and usual policies." And so she is now basically a VIP client, but that's pretty much it.
Ooh. 66B is going to really think on that because that's delightful, wonderful.
So I guess maybe if Orchid wanted to, well, destroy the company, I suppose she wouldn't be too happy about someone keeping it together. That's all that comes to mind, though.
So Chloe's job. What was Chloe's job? She was a personal assistant, right?
Chloe's job, and after I answer that, just question. Do you want it to go right after I answer, or do you want to wait?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Chloe's job was essentially a secretary, heavy
Okay.
quotes, but also personal assistant and actual personal friend of the CEO, which is probably why she wasn't. It's probably, when you think about it, it's probably why she flew under the radar, because her job does not indicate how much she knows, was privy to, and how much she helped with. If that makes
And
sense.
phenomenal. A statement that could also be true about the individual in front of us.
Less so.
Less so, okay.
Marguerite Vero was way more just like a actual official personal assistant, personal secretary to the CEO Orchid Osmara,
Yeah.
and was very publicly so.
Okay, okay.
So because she would handle a lot of things like the important meetings, but also press conferences and shit like that. Because Orchid Osmara was a little bit of an eccentric, right?
Yes.
So it's like, God, it feels weird to quote Marvel, but like the weird relationship between Tony Stark and like Pepper Potts.
Yes.
It's kind of like that in the sense that like the Tony Stark is obviously our CEO, but
Yeah.
everyone talks to fucking Pepper Potts. And it was kind of like the same here.
Oh, wild.
But
Okay.
yeah, but you change a little bit to the left in the sense that everyone talked to Marguerite, but Marguerite did not make any decision.
Okay, okay, okay.
She would just talk to everyone, be very pleasant, keep everyone organized, be privy to a lot of things, but every decision would eventually go back to Orchid always.
Fantastic. Okay, B. All you.
God damn it, I'm so mad because I literally just forgot.
Oh, damn. No.
Hang on. Right. So, despite essentially being in the potential position of taking over the whole of the company, she encouraged you to step up instead.
Yes, she wanted us to stay independent and be able to continue on our way. She is an incredibly generous woman and has very quickly become a dear friend of mine.
That is incredibly generous, but also, are her ties to the media company really so deep that she would not be able to simply change jobs?
Media company? She seems to be confused.
Isn't she part of like the one
Oh,
Nosgravian
overlay thing.
overlay?
Oh,
Yeah.
right. She is the CEO of Overlay Entertainment.
Oh, she's the CEO of the. Okay, I didn't.
Yup.
Yes,
fucking-
so she could do
Fuck.
whatever she wants.
Would it not still be a great deal of influence for one CEO of of another company to be so closely tied to you as another?
I suppose. She kind of thinks about it. Well, many things are, I suppose, out of the norm with our relationship. For one, she is from Novgorod. As a result, Overlay Entertainment doesn't really have a foothold in Libra. I was fully expecting that she would sort of use that as a way to get in, but not really, at least not so far. She's just been using us as anyone would use Radiant Navigation, and has been dispensing wonderful counsel and helping me out a lot, and just everything I just said, I suppose.
And
But she has never forced my hand, if that's what you're implying.
she certainly does not seem the type. Just has to stop herself from looking over a bench. But
Oh, you go.
it is still worth at least examining that, regardless of if she is telling you directly to do something, she is acting as counsel, and anything that you do achieve, if it is in a direction that works for her, she has no direct ties to.
I suppose so. I'm very sorry. I'm not quite sure what you're getting at.
Stop scaring my baby girl. You haven't. No, it's fine.
Nothing, it seems.
Oh.
Apologies.
God, so she said something key there, and like 66B is gonna flash B a look of, she isn't using us for anything that you wouldn't already use a navigation company for, which means, yep. Yeah, but that's good because baby girl continues to be blameless. Mostly. Unwittingly. No, that was a very good hint for what her goals are here. 66B nods and then looks over. If you'd like, do you want us to pursue the Orchid Esmara lead? Do you want to speak to her again? Do you want her back?
It's a bit complicated now. Wanting her back is... Well, I don't think I can quite do that. I am the CEO now, and... Well, it's very clear that if Orchid were to ever come back, she would probably just try to destroy the company again. I don't want that. I've spent many years working for that company, and I actually do believe in the interconnectivity of all of the city-states and how commerce should be readily available for everyone, despite where they live. But I must admit that if somebody got in trouble because of her and her, I suppose, post-disappearance meddling, that I'm going to be fully honest, I'm not sure that she deserves to meddle after she deserted us. Then yes, maybe I do want to talk to her.
They nod and they sort of like look over scanning. Is there anybody else who might have disappeared lately that you might be concerned about? We are in the business of finding people like this.
Oh, I see. Oh, are you a detective agency?
No, that's far too professional for me.
Oh.
They put their hands up. They're like, right now at the very least, due to a series of coincidences, I've run into individual after individual that had needed assistance, and it sort of branched out. So, I was curious, in your position, has anyone gone missing that you might be worried about?
In my position, as in CEOs?
They shake their head. Anyone over the last few months?
Anyone over the last few months? I would assume post the attacks on Libera, yes?
Or potentially even before. Anybody that might have gone missing that you're
Before?
worried about.
Oh. Well, not beyond the occasional misplacement or accident or bad deal going bad beforehand. The copper market is a very tumultuous place, and many CEOs deal with unsavory folk, so a disappearance or two is not necessarily out of the norm, one might say. Disappearances, well, apart from those attacks 3 months ago, that was the most amount of people disappearing at the same time, throwing everything into chaos. Orchid Osmara, Stephen Field, Stuart Field, the CEO of Instant Insight, the shift between Low Tide Media and Live Fuel Media. There's just a lot of things happened that day, which, I mean, it makes sense. A lot of people died that day, so it would throw a lot of organizations and hierarchies into chaos.
Okay, she didn't say Chloe.
But apart from that, I don't think I have... I don't think I remember anything.
Okay, she didn't say Chloe Thorpe's name,
How
so she
about
remains
someone with a
secret.
name that starts with C?
Does it start with C? Yeah, and then
Maybe
with an E.
ends with or.
You can,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like, You could definitely. I won't even make you roll for
Yeah.
this. You could definitely feel that, like, with the way you led the conversation,
Yeah.
she seems to be like focusing more on like very public figures.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Rather than anyone that she might have known personally. 6-6
Yeah.
will push in that direction and go, I mean more beyond it. Let's just say yes, sure, it's a detective agency right now. Anyone, not even publicly, anybody you might have known personally. We're currently sorting through all of that, and we're looking for Orchid.
Personally, well, I wouldn't say disappear necessarily, but I have a couple people that I've been in contact with that I haven't been able to catch up with. It's, it's a bit of a thing, when you have a certain job and you meet other people that have the same job and have to deal with the same things. You tend to, bond over it to a degree. So I suppose that there's a lot of other personal and, I suppose, high-ranking secretaries that I haven't talked to in a while.
6-6B looks over at Bench,
The Secretary Council.
Yeah, looks over at Bench and B like, yo, should we pull the trigger?
I shift around and let me think about that.
Because it's right now, the way this conversation has gone, she is very much in the position of she is massively indebted to Lauren Briggs and is in the position of retaining the power structure over there, and what happened to Chloe is deeply unfortunate. If it is somebody that she knows and or cares about, that might add a new element where she wants to do something about this.
Bryn,
Yes.
sorry. Okay, first off, above table. It's possible. Obviously, every person we tell about Chloe, I think honestly, asking Chloe about Margaret would probably be a good call.
Yes.
To see if, even if she because her identity and presence here, I think asking Chloe first would be respectable for that, to see if she even knew her and what she'd do there. I am also down with letting her know that we do know that it's Tool Apart now, and she could probably find her if she went out with that name and information. Because I actually have in my notes the name, which I've acquired, and I would like to give it to her at the end of this.
Lovely. Perfect.
All of that aside, Bryn, I rolled a die to see how Alon would feel about this whole situation. I rolled a 1 in my red and blue and a 6 in my yellow.
Someone feels strongly.
Can you swap the music to something a little less serious really quick? Okay, 6-6B, you turn over to Bench and you notice the man is very distracted as he sort of reaches over and he pulls out some more mugs, and it seems like he's been staring at these glasses and just kind of places one down and then pours it over and is looking at a cookbook, and he hands over like another margarita over to our friend here as he kind of turns over, and it's like,
thank you.
Yeah, yes, no worries. I tried mixing in a bit more nectar this time, but I swapped out. It's hard to get good tequila, but I found some. It's all right, Madison, right?
Oh yes, of course. If you feel like experimenting.
Could I keep this? I give it back to you, I'm sure, but the mixing book, it's very interesting.
She kind of looks at you and like,
I
think I get it. Yes, absolutely. If you want to try and find some recipes that suit your new palate, absolutely.
That would be nice. Where did you get your equipment from?
Oh, it's actually fairly easy. The church is very generous with accessibility to undead.
Well, maybe I should ask William then. So you say William just has alcoholic supplies he'd be able to get from?
She actually laughs at that, and she kind of goes, "No, not William specifically, but you could essentially, back then the chapel was much more bustling, and as a result, it was, I suppose, a bit more official. But if you were able to meet up with a properly staffed chapel, or I suppose ask William to get you in contact with the one. I'm sure that if they have things they can spare, they will give it to you, and also they will point you in the right direction. There are many companies actually that work directly with the church and under it to get this type of affairs sorted.
Like which ones?
She like basically she takes out like a phone and basically kind of goes, let's see. These are the ones that I got into contact back then. I don't know if they still do the stuff. It's been quite a while, but like, and she just sends you like a couple company names. I don't have them on hand, but like a couple company names that help with like some like fringe like technology that has to do with food, essentially.
It's very interesting. Of mixology, I know that tequila is often a very strong drink, but mixing with nectar, do you think the alcoholic content changes much? Obviously, it's not death to get drunk and more the effect nectar has on the body, correct?
Potentially, yes. Essentially, nectar is always its own thing. If you put nectar in anything, you're going to have to want to change the dosage quite a lot in order to get a similar effect, which I will tell you right now, do not try to get to have the exact same effect. That is not possible. The taste buds just change too much.
I see. So it's less about, it's like an entire new field of mixology.
It is essentially like, yes, it is completely new.
Let's see. In that case, it will probably change which alcohols are best mixed with nectar. Which is the best one, do you think?
So I'm sure all of this is incredibly
They're gonna keep going at it behind the bar.
I stop. He turns.
Shit, sorry.
He reaches into his pot. He puts a paper on the table.
I found Osmar's new name. It's there. Continue,
He steps to the side.
what?
Oh,
Your apartment. It tends. It's covered with different. It's covered with different things that you seem to be invested in, passing hobbies and the like. Did you just pick up a new one?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a hobby. I'm just interested.
Like botany.
And the house is full. I just got them
Chess?
from friends. It's a casual game.
There's trading cards.
Did you see that? You have a very keen eye, 666. Have you turned that attention to more important matters?
He gives you like a very serious face.
Sorry, I feel like I gained a deep understanding of his attributes right now.
I shift my attention over and talk to Madison instead.
Sorry, I think I offended him lately, or embarrassed him. Anyway.
Does it really matter?
66B turns back over and looks over to B. They're probably gonna drop they're gonna do like what we said. I think that conversation worked as a perfect diversion because as it was happening, I think 66B messaged William, who's with Chloe, and basically like confirmed yes or no, like, oh, do you know this person, Chloe?
As you have messaged William, there's a side thing that has happened.
Oh, okay.
Yes. William confirms to you that Gate 4 is back.
Yes.
With their package.
Makes
and have
sense.
finished installing overnight, and as a result, have paid up their rent.
Cool.
Ooh.
Very cool.
So cool.
So cool. I love it. I love it when people put things in our basement.
Yeah. Oh god, my basement is so empty. I need someone to fill it with trash.
Hi, Bench.
But yes, when it comes to Chloe, so you're basically just like asking if she knew a Marguerite Béraud, essentially.
Yes.
She would say that she did meet up with God, that's so fucking funny because when you said the Secretary Council, you were not that far off.
Yeah.
She met with a Marguerite Véraud definitely before in a sort of like
Yeah.
group
Mhm.
outing that sometimes, high-ranking secretaries would go out for drinks and essentially bitch about whoever
Yeah.
they work
Love that
for
for them.
to each other. And essentially, yes, she has met her that way a couple times.
Okay.
Well, a few times.
Then we're gonna trust in the good dog, and basically just say okay. Then
Should we double check with Chloe if she's okay with us
telling Margaret if you could confirm that.
If you check in with Chloe and ask her if you should mention her existence to
Probably not.
anybody
The answer
whatsoever,
is probably
the
gonna
answer
be no.
is no.
Under fucking standable, so we won't. 66B sort of smiles, their expression returning to the same as before. If you wish to look into Tulip Heart, we can definitely assist. But in the immediate, you've given me additional perspective on not only this, but what's happening in our district.
I am glad, I suppose. Her demeanor has changed a slightly bit.
Yeah.
She's been looking at the paper with the new name on it, probably responding and processing in her head the emotions, and also just cognitively about the fact that she has a lead now.
Yeah.
The possibility, you can feel it in her body language, the possibility of facing Orchida's Osmara, the deserter, once again, is doing a number on the dog in a weird way. Yeah.
66B looks over to her and goes, based on the amount of, frankly, violence and one destruction, collateral damage, I would say be careful pursuing this lead to begin with, and be careful who you trust to pursue this lead with you. I don't wish you to be caught. We're not entirely certain, obviously, but it seems like Lauren Briggs is using no small amount of force when it comes to pursuing individual A. Be careful enlisting her help or assistance, because this might not be a confrontation that Orchid walks away from.
You sort of mentioned that, and it feels like... Oh, sorry, actually, I misclicked, and I'm away from World 20 now.
Oh, yeah, that'll happen.
Well done.
I have to come back. There we go. There we go, I'm back. And the definitely the vibe changes, as it seems that you have finally struck beyond what her considerations for this was. You mentioned the violence more clearly.
Yeah.
You mentioned trouble before. You mentioned the possibility of someone not making out alive. And it seems to be hitting the dog that
Yes.
something way darker is going on than what she expected. I must admit, I did not expect... It's difficult to know what to expect with Orchid Osmara, just in general. She is quite flippant, she is eccentric, and when she gets an idea in her head, there's nothing that will get her out of that. When she disappeared, I was mostly confused, but nothing that came to my attention was ever beyond, well, matters of capital. She looks down at the paper again. The idea that violence could be happening is extremely concerning. And I don't understand why Lauren would go to such an extent unless Unless Orchid is actively trying to harm her.
The faith! It's absolute! Oh boy. 66B sort of leans back. I don't have an understanding of that either. If you want, I can speak to Lauren Briggs on your behalf, or speak to her in general to try to get an understanding of where she's coming from.
Did Orchid...
I feel like it should be me. I'm her friend, after all.
Oh god.
Before you go doing anything like that, did Lauren and Orchid know each other prior to all this?
Well, sort of. There was a little bit of a... I don't know the details, but there was a little bit of a deal going on with Nosgorov for a while. Big things, Orchid said. Big changes, big opportunities. Something that if we managed to be a part of would bring a big shift in the market and would put us on top. From what I understand, that's when Lauren sort of came in contact with me. It was from, I suppose, that era. I was very surprised because, well, Nosgorov just cut contact, essentially. The deal fell through. Everybody was kind of left in the dust, from what I understand. It's all a bit confusing.
I understand that. Their expression lightens. Do me a favor. If you're going to go talk to Lauren Briggs at any point about this, I believe you're correct. You are her friend, and you do deserve to hear it from her directly. If you are thinking about this, give myself... I love... They pause for a second. They're like, give myself... B, blank, looks, no phone, looks over at Bench. Give myself or Dr. Bench a call first. The risk of... There is a not insubstantial risk of violence occurring. Whether exactly where from is yet to be determined, but I specifically don't want to send you off chasing a lead, only to see you hurt.
Well, I appreciate that a lot. I must admit I'm not really sure what to do with all this. I might need some time to think.
Take all the time you need. Just be careful, don't act rashly. Hi, B's voice coming from 66B's mouth. They smile. If you need assistance at any point, we are here to help.
I appreciate that. I really do. Is it weird of me to now just be worried about everyone's safety?
No, I don't believe it is.
Despite what she did to us, I don't wish for Orchid to die or anything. But also, Lauren is my friend, and this is very confusing.
Both of those facts are equally able to exist within you, unfortunately. It's part of what makes us human.
I suppose so. You know, I managed to go on for a really long time during my career without having to deal with the more unsavory parts of the copper market. I would consider myself lucky, but it was a big deal of effort on my part. I guess my luck has run out.
They shake their head no. Right now, you are still in a position that you do not need to engage with it unless you wish to. So, do you wish to?
I just... before she did what she did, I also considered Orchid a friend, and she called me as such as well. It feels like no matter what direction I turn to, I'm deserting somebody.
Oh, that's okay. 66B hears that and, sort of closes their eyes. If I could provide some clarity on the situation, at least from Orchid's position. I'm certain that she did not fully understand the cost that this would likely have to you and the company as a whole. The technology that she's pursuing is so tightly guarded. Blood has been spilt time and time again over it. If she attempted to sell the company, if she attempted to liquidate all assets and disappear, especially if she was participating in it and trying to drive it forwards, this could have, to some extent, been an effort to protect the people working there. The blood trail that traces this technology is deep and dark and runs throughout the city.
Well, I have heard of dark stories from the copper market for sometimes what seemed to be very inconsequential things. Business deals that shouldn't be this important. But I guess that's just how things are when copper is involved. But that feels so strange.
Why?
Everyone was so... It was important. Everyone was excited, and just a shift to just a bloodbath like that sounds... It has to be something else. It can't just be this. Right?
We don't have the full picture. In the end, we'll never know what the extent of the deal is until we have all of the pieces.
Bench and 66B specifically, I need just like a little roll to see if you hear something coming from the west as somebody mutters or under their breath.
Please.
14.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Roll to die. Please, please, please. I need. Yes! We hear!
Okay.
We're tuned in to the boy.
You're tuned in, and you. It's not the boy actually. It's
Oh.
Madison that mutters under
Oh.
her breath and basically goes, "Oh, to be so innocent to the matters of greed."
Yeah.
There's a clink on the table. It cuts the silence like a loud, reverberant echo. Rosemary Margarita.
Oh.
You can
Oh.
placed right down the middle, soaking in with some nectar, just for you.
Thank you, Matthias.
He nods. You should perhaps enjoy it, and enjoy the night with friends. And understand that even though the world is a nasty place, if you're clever and you keep us in mind, we can navigate a situation where the least amount of people get hurt. Friendships start and end over petty things, even without something as big as this. But that also means they can stay strong if you just focus on them. They are simpler than these big affairs, which means that they can go under them and sweep under the rug and be safe. You just have to be careful.
I'll ruminate on that, but I'll also take your advice. I'll enjoy my time. So, above table,
Yeah.
I am down to skip to like another day and basically just say that the evening was just spent in here with Marguerite to just like hang out and
Yeah,
talk about
She
nothing.
gets to try
if
a
you
bunch
guys
of different
want.
drinks that I'm
Yeah.
now making.
I think the only thing that needs consideration is what Gate 4 did.
Yes.
That is true.
probably
I
be
will. I
something
will
we
give
would
you
like, yeah.
reassurance there. I will give
Yeah.
you reassurance there. There will be no different. One day will not make a difference.
Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
cool. Sounds
No
good.
issue then.
In that case, can we take a break?
Yes!
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Nice.
Oh my
Nice.
god.
I will send us back to
Nice.
here.
I have a.
The camera fades away as newly acquainted friends just spend some quality time together.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, after that conversation, friend feels like a loaded word right now. I'm just gonna put it out there.
Has it always been?
my
Has it not
God.
been loaded for you in the past?
Listen.
Slam! Rosemary Margarita!
Thanks, this is useless.
I will be right back. I'm gonna get water and everything.
It's about the look. It looks very cool to have a plant in a drink.
Do you want my analysis of your attributes in DMs or in the open, Christian?
You put me on gas right now.
Okay.
In front of everyone.
So I've seen yellow peek up sometimes when you play a very specific way. It seems to be like interest. But like I think it can be generalized to like genuinely just a nudicer, a processor, stat. The fact that red and blue rolled low means that it's just undiluted energy and there is not the business stat that's rising to the top. I need to go back and look at the scene where Peter Kay got shot to see what stat rolled high, but that was clearly high in the business. I think if yellow and, let's say it's red, roll high in conjunction, that's you focusing in on the business. You take a strong energy, you notice things that are happening and you focus them towards your job, accomplishing your goals, etc. I think red rolling low is no business is happening right now, but all noticing, all energy, what's happening that isn't business. Oh, I'm mixing drinks. I'm suddenly gained an obsession with this that will only last until this happens again.
I will say, the yellow stat is my favorite name for a stat I've ever made.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yes. Yeah, man, it's good.
I loved Bench being a little shy.
You noticed that?
Did you notice that?
Oh, God. God, man.
Bench, you play blue-black control, you freak.
No, you can trust me. I'm just doing it because it's the meta. I take no pleasure in it.
Oh my god. I love it because this genuinely did make 6-6B trust Bench a lot more.
That's really funny. Oh, he's human.
Oh my god. Mostly like how he interacted with every single aspect of this. They're like, nah, yeah. Dude's legit.
Oh, man.
I'm so glad somebody trusts Bench.
Oh yeah. Implicitly.
I don't go that far.
Implicitly.
Oh my god.
I trust him with my unlife.
I would trust me with your own life too.
I am back. If you guys want to go get water or anything, do it now.
I'm good. I'm doing good.
I should turn on lights. It's fucking dark in here.
That's a good idea. God, things are they're so good.
The Bench is too friendship and negative focus. This man is Orzhov coded to the core. So true.
So true.
I don't know what those words mean.
Look, 6-6B.
The world is not so black and white. Your deck choice says otherwise. What?
Swag.
That's very funny.
Bench not just messing up the pupper does make me trust him more, despite the business.
The business. Bro, it's always
Yeah,
about the
definitely has
business.
nothing to do with the fact that messing up the pupper has no profit right now.
Yeah. No, God, no.
He's so trustworthy.
He is. He is. Look at this man.
Yeah, can't believe we shattered the pupper's innocence.
Listen, she gets the decision whether or not she's going to shatter her own innocence is the best thing of. If she decides, we left it on the point of, if you decide to act on this, contact us. If you don't, that's
Yeah,
fine.
man. Look, just
Yeah.
give them a gun. Let them handle it.
We do not give the dog a gun.
I just imagine that scene again, but I walk into the office, I say everything exactly the same, but it's the fucking dog, and she's like, what? Listen, you don't fuck with Duck. What?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Whoops in chat bench. Your mill deck is malicious.
Would bench stoop so low?
Yes.
Bench runs self-mill.
Monster!
Monster.
Holy shit.
He is the laboratory maniac.
God. I guess I have a question before... We're not going back right now, but like I have a question
No.
before we go back.
Mm.
Where the next day would you guys want to reconvene together?
Probably the
That's a good question.
church to see what the
Church.
fuck's going on, yeah.
It could also... Yeah, I could also just put
actually,
us back to the bar if you want.
Could I did have an idea. We keep getting people talking about the gates and other things like that, and everyone wants to go in our basement. So we really do have to do some more basement.
Yes.
We really need to do more Tartarus runs
We do,
because
yeah.
we've been maxing our social links, but we gotta get to the next floor before the event triggers. So, could I? I had
You're
this thought
saying
just because it'd be
words
very
now.
fun. Just because it'd be very fun. Bryn, could I don my rat disguise and go talk to the rats? Could I go down on the next rat expedition, or is that
That's
too
fucking
soon?
hilarious.
Oh my god.
That is fucking hilarious. Here's what I'll give you. Just because I don't have an expedition ready in the catacombs yet,
Next session.
I'll put that on for next session.
Nice.
First thing.
How
Well, like
about,
in the session.
How about agricultural district? I'm imagining that's also like this is. Kind of like
Pretty much same thing. I can
Alright,
I can
no
get
problem.
shit going for next session, but I don't have that ready for today.
No worries. No
Yeah.
worries. Is there then a bit off cue? Yeah. No. Good.
I got something, but it is a big play.
Yeah.
I've been thinking, I've been scheming.
Oh.
I can go talk. I really want to talk to Lauren Briggs.
Oh.
I want to go all in. But
that's fun. I'll support that shit.
okay.
Look. It sounds like next week is gonna be another bench bonanza, so I'm down to fucking support whatever you got this today. You know.
Yeah.
Not next week. But you know.
Yeah. Next session. That's my big play. That I'm like, I want to do this because it gave me an idea of how to not only kick forward all of this, but also Charlotte's storyline.
Yeah.
Just a bit. If that sounds amenable, but that does not need to happen. This
Remember
session,
that you
so.
also have an appointment today, which is Ray got out of his shame
Yes.
box,
And he
you
also
wanted to
needs
do
his
a
phone
thing.
back.
Yes.
And he also needs his phone back. Yeah.
Yes. But
So
yeah,
that is another thing that we can do if you so desire.
all those are my goals for today. How about you, Alora? What schemes you cooking?
I've never had a scheme once in my life. However, I do like talking to cute boys. So,
Going to go talk to Ed? What? That's out of nowhere.
I said boys, not a man.
Fair.
Nah. Honestly, church or Ray is good for me.
We can swing by the church because I feel like everyone wanted to like check in with Chloe also.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we can
See
swing
how
by
she's
the church
doing.
first thing in the morning, and then going to the appointed shooting range with Ray. Question, because back when we did that, it was supposed to be a B&6SB thing, but does Bench
Yes.
want to follow on that and also go to the shooting range?
Man, like I had plans and shit, and I forgot them, so I'll just tag along.
All right.
I've been
Pick up-
busy. I'm sorry.
Pick
I'm
up
fucked up.
Bro, pick up suppression. It's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna look. It's time to don some sunglasses and go to the range in a casual shirt and pick up suppression as a skill.
Ricky
Lovely.
G.
What?
Ricky G! Oh my god, it's Ricky G! It's like a fucking Clark Kent thing.
What?
Yeah.
66B will react like that.
I will not put on the
Oh my God.
sunglasses.
Damn.
Ah.
I'll just put you there.
Oh shit! I accidentally closed the thing.
It's all
Why
good.
did you do that?
Then, okay, then good. I know where to put you guys next.
Give me like.
Yeah,
1
it's all good.
second, just so I can I'm gonna check our DMs to see if I messaged you something I forgot about.
Don't think
I don't
so.
think
Not
so.
this time.
Yeah.
It's been fucking busy.
Yeah, it has.
I guess in the meantime, hey chat, hope you're having fun.
Hi, chat.
You having a good time? You having a good time with the spice? The intrigue
Ray
is...
has missed so many daily login rewards. No. Mouse definitely took care of that.
Mouse optimized Ray's team.
Mm.
Laura, shake your hand. Ray is so cute. I'm glad we have some Ray appreciators in the chat.
It's very important.
I'm just here to see B deal with Bench flirting. God, that was so funny. That was extremely funny.
I can't even begin to express what was going on in her head one day. It's so much funnier than you think it is.
66B looked at those two talking in the distance. Didn't hear that, but saw B's reaction. Saw her stare across the room into the wall, disassociate for a second, and 66B definitely did have the realization of, I've seen her have less of a reaction to corpses.
One that she even made. That's crazy.
Can I add a Margaret favor to my favor list now?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I felt like the writing was on the wall there. We did the task. She even said, "Oh man, I want to help you guys more." I'm like, all right.
Yeah,
we're fucked."
absolutely. Yeah, you have another Marguerite Vero favor.
Let's
Another.
go.
Oh my goodness. I'll put ×2 there. Good.
That's gonna be useful if she goes and talks to Lauren.
Yes, absolutely.
God,
That'll be useful in general. She has a whole bunch of fucking massive fucking house-sized trucks that are going in and out of the city.
So good.
It's gonna be really useful for our journey to Merkwell in 20 sessions, I guess.
I mean, even sooner than that, that could probably help with some automation that we needed to set into place.
Yes, I was thinking of that.
Just
If we wanna get some automation ticked up, I could call in a favor for that. Alternatively, Jay, do you think you would like me to go look into some of it? Because it was brought up, and Laura too. I could have Bench run off and go find information on all of the shipments that came in through our district.
That's super smart.
Shouldn't be too hard to, since it's not a common gate to go through, to figure out who's the one who was going through. My guess is it might be Rahab, but we'll see.
I mean, you know, especially if you want like shipment from outside the city. You know, anything that goes through the wall there's probably somebody who knows who would be at a shooting range.
Yeah,
All right, you know
you're
what?
right,
Yeah,
you're right,
we'll
yeah,
just go
yeah,
there
you're
for
right,
that.
you're
Yeah, keep
Okay,
it all
perfect.
together.
Like, the only thing that I would like, it might be worth it to look for a different person if it's inner city transport. Then you would have to talk to somebody
Yes.
else.
Yes.
But anything that comes from outside, yeah, the boys on the walls, they inspect things usually.
Well, at the very least, if it doesn't ping, then we know it's inner city.
Exactly.
So, yeah. All right. No bench running off this time. He's just gonna tag along and pick up suppression.
Alrighty. However, I think we're going to the church first.
Yes.
So, if you guys are ready, the first thing that you would know on your way there is that Gate 4 is very much still here. They've been setting up. So, like, now that we spent an entire thing, an entire, like, second night, they're like, fully set up, which, like, it doesn't change anything gameplay-wise. You didn't miss anything. I'm just mentioning this because I made the map of their setup fully set up, so now I have an excuse to say that they're fully set up and it's not weird.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
they have
yeah,
an
yeah,
extra logic. But like, yeah, you didn't miss anything.
Tap side of head.
Tap side of head. You make your way, and I will put you back on a map. Shift being you, focus being you. And as you do, the first thing you see is two silhouettes that are scurrying
Yay!
into this direction
Yes.
and disappearing. And then you realize, as you hear some very specific speech patterns, you realize that, oh, Gate 4 is here. Oh, a disaster is about to happen.
Oh.
Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the fuck not. No.
One moment.
No.
No, back up! No.
Scurry, scurry.
I pulled my hand up. You hear a lot of emotion coming from Bench in this moment. He's very serious about something. He waves you back. Waves you both back.
They do not need to talk to Gate 4. They need to stay out of the
Yes,
church
you're
right
right.
now.
We need to handle this appropriately.
He climbs into this box. Okay, Bryn, give me the rat disguise.
Hold on. I'll give you controlled. There we go. Bam, you have rat disguise.
A rat pops out of the box and scurries across the room, runs over, and then moves over here, and then
Is there a trap door?
We have many problems, yes. Down beneath, gunshots and fighting, yes. Back troubles down beneath, attacks.
What mean? What gunshots? Who gunshots?
Redmen with many guns attack us, yes. Big fighting danger, we need help.
Big danger. Squad, go investigate. Scurry.
No, us. They want me barter meeting with you.
He kind of turns to you and like,
Why are you?
immediately without skipping a beat. Hang on. Actually, let me just
Our
where's the
Union,
thing?
you're still left behind with this convoy.
Let me just roll a die here really quick, just so I can see something. Okay, yeah. He turns over and he's just like,
No,
he runs away.
Wait. Get back here, vermin!
you're being chased away.
Wait, you just used the V word? That's fucked up!
Wow.
So Bench gets chased away by
A text shows up
by
like a minute
Fred.
later. I'll meet you at Ray's.
He's just like fully chuckling to herself on top of the vending machine. She got way more out of that than she should have.
I just
Thank you, Christian, by the way. Thank you.
No worries.
I don't know where. I just don't know where Bench went.
You know, 66B, I think he's just gonna be fine. In fact, he seems to have found his people.
And they head inside. Perfect scene ender.
Oh my god, fucking incredible.
Every
Again,
s-
thank you, Christian, for my
course.
dopamine.
Oh my god.
Every single bench disguise works on 66B.
It's amazing.
Without fail.
As you go inside, I notice indeed an assembly, but perhaps the nature of said assembly is not what you expected.
Oh.
Oh God.
Oh, God. Why?
In the middle of the big room, the big chapel room, is what you could only describe as a construct made of wood and metal. A doll moving on its own without strings. Essentially a weird mix between a crab and a spider with human hands on each at the tip of each limb, and a mask looking happily, peacefully at everyone involved. Mouse is all over that thing, and I guess that's what he meant when he said we are gonna need a truck. Because this shit sure is the size of a truck.
I love it
I love
a
it.
lot.
What the fuck? What? Huh.
It's very sensitive about its face, though.
Yeah. 66B works their way over and is gonna kind of like walk up to Mouse and be like,
Hi, 66B.
Hi.
Let me present you. Like,
Okay.
really, like, pumping
shake,
excited.
shake.
Let me present you to Duskleonis, 66B, 66B, Duskleonis.
Duskleonis, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If Mouse
The
vouches-
creature looks down at you with this sort of like weird clickety motions of its jagged movements as it looks down, and extends one of its many hands to shake to you as a voice comes from underneath. Please call me Dusk.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Dusk. If Mouse is this enthusiastic about your arrival, that must mean you're real cool.
Mouse has been extremely lovely so far. I must admit that most of my appearances tend to create a tiny bit of panic. This is a nice change of pace.
66B was panicking until Mouse was like, oh my god, and then 66B's like, pass the mouse check, everything's chill.
You see a lot of like straps and various things on top of Duskleonis. You get the feeling that Duskleonis, or Dusk, was the main beast of burden on the move of the package down in your basement.
I see. Well, thank you for doing a lot of the hard work for us. I'm pretty sure one of us would have had to carry it down, and we would have been significantly less adept.
Of course, I owe much to Necromancer Nephilim, so it was nice to pay the favor back.
Smiles. Smiles. 66B like gives a look over to Mouse, whose eyes are positively
So
glimmering.
the glittering, and also you look down at Mouse, and like Mouse has been given access to like one of Dusk's many hands, and is just like looking at it over, expecting every fucking inch of it. Is just like Dusk is like, you know, when a baby is messing with a cat's tail and the cat doesn't fucking give a fuck. This is what's happening right now.
I will admit, due to lack of memory, I'm not actually familiar with. May I ask a potentially rude question?
Of course.
Is all of this your body, or are you operating a vehicle?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Necromancer Nephilim arranged a deal between me and the famous doll maker, if you were to remember who that is. And as a result, I am able to obtain this body and possess it. Piloting it, of sorts, but still acting as my body.
Fascinating. They genuinely are extremely enthusiastic about it. Such wonderful craftsmanship. Does it? How does it operate effectively? Like, do you have a full range of motion? They start to, because now they're invested for an entirely different reason than Mouse. They occupy this armor and have a very similar experience, and will start to register the similarities. They're like, functionally, I move through this area, smoke, and functionally puppeteer the armor, but its range of motion is relatively limited.
God. As you're sort of like talking, you hear Mouse from the side just like talking to himself and just being like, it's incredible. All of the filigree is essentially nectar carvings just solidified within, allowing for the possession to fully control each and every little finger that's happening. This must have taken a lot of training to fully master. Like, as both you and Mouse are just kind of like assailing us with questions. They sort of like put two hands forward and go, please, one at a time. And Mouse immediately, right, you first.
Sorry, no, you go.
No, I've been here
insist,
first.
I
I
insist.
asked your questions.
Right.
Meanwhile,
yeah, over here.
over here, Heidi.
So,
Hi.
hi. That's quite an ensemble you've got with you.
Yes, Dusk has been a wonderful help when it comes to moving everything down in the catacombs under the under the church. Actually, thanks to their very unique way of moving about, we managed to go the whole way through the catacombs without getting noticed.
Oh, that's interesting.
It was unexpected. When Necromancer Neftalen mentioned a truck, I was expecting a way more classic way of transport. You notice something, B, by the way. It's just a tiny something. Not a cat to be found in the.
No, I
the chapel.
noticed that. Interesting. That doesn't bother me at all.
I will say it might just be because there is a very big new thing in it.
Yep, I'm sure that has no bearing on or reflection on how B feels whatsoever. Anyways, she watches as the ba-ba-ba's going on over with the mouse and 66B over at Dusk. You didn't know that they would be involved, or you hadn't met them prior?
I have met them prior. They have been paramount to our efforts in Gate 4, as I'm sure you can imagine. But I did not expect... Well, I expected them to stay over there. They keep mentioning that they owe Necromancer Nephilim a lot, and they keep using it, I feel like, almost like kind of as an excuse to just keep helping. But yeah, I fully thought that after everything they did for Gate 4, they would have, just enjoyed their time, I suppose. But no, right back to work.
How odd. You do usually think that people will just leave well enough alone, but for some reason they'll just continue hanging around for no particular reason. I'm sure there's nothing behind that.
I have a question. How private is this conversation?
I mean, it's a conversation between B and Sam, so they're probably doing like the sibling talking in the corner with the parents off to the side, like.
Yeah, did you still notice?
Yeah, roll me a roll to die.
Oh God.
9. Okay. Someone comes in and basically goes, Dusk has personal reasons to help out with this specific project. They are intricately linked to it, one might say, in their own field of experience.
Bro, why so ominous?
Is that something that we should be concerned about?
I assure you that Dusk is a most pleasant individual.
That's not what I asked.
It's God, that's so funny. He like scratches at his beard and then he says, "Then what do you ask?"
I asked if that was something we should be concerned about. Being pleasant has nothing to do with concerns.
This
is something that we are putting in our basement with very little understanding of what it is.
Very understandable. Well, at that point, I will assume, unfortunately, that none of my words can help with said concern. You will have to make your own opinion. But if you are asking for my vision of things, my point of view, no. Dusk's presence or their affinity with what we're working on is nothing to be concerned about.
I will certainly take your words into consideration.
That is all I can ask. He sort of like does a small bow.
God damn it. There's this tiny little internal voice where she's like, God damn it, Sam. No, I get it. Still nothing. Well, do you all know how long you'll be staying this time? Or now that you have deposited your package, will you be leaving again?
Thankfully, it would seem that things over Gate 4 have calmed down quite a bit, so we shall be staying a while. We have arranged some stations downstairs in order to stick with the project. You will not have to worry about us invading your privacy in the church.
There's just a brief moment. She kind of shrugs. Not much privacy to be had in a giant temple.
Well, temple it is also still your house. Do not even try, B. I have offered many a time. Necromancer Nephilim will not budge on the subject.
Just kind of grumbles, looks off to the side, just like, I didn't think that was that obvious, but okay. And what about you, Sam?
I will also be staying. I have been honored to have a place to work on the project. I'm very excited.
Good. I'm glad.
And hey, more excuses to go back up sometimes and come see you.
What, now you want to hang out?
I always wanted to hang out. The difference between wanting and being able to is very large.
Ah, yes, always so busy and important, isn't that right?
I could say the same to you, you little shit. He like squints at you.
Fucking hand to chest, little gasp, just like, how dare you?
Every time I come in here, it seems like you're just fucking off to do a bunch of stuff.
It's not my fault that people keep throwing tasks at me that should be going to literally anyone with any kind of corporeal ability, but apparently I'm just too competent. She looks over at William.
Too competent for your own good. Yes, yes you are.
6B interjects in the conversation for exactly one word that punctured through all of this. They peek their head out and they stare along the way and they're like, language, not in front of mouse.
Oh, my apologies. Samuel, just like a deep bow to you, 6B.
You know, that is a bit of concern of mine. I feel like your language has become far too vulgar. It was bad enough before you left.
How dare you? I have been nothing but pleasant.
Yes, I'm sure. All this hanging out with these fighters and running around with knights, I'm sure, is doing wonders for your vocabulary.
Trust me, I would have loved to hang out with knights. That's not what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, like Deftulip pipes up at that, basically goes, yes, I am technically not a knight anymore. It's funny because, like, with the interjection of 66B, Dusk also kind of turned around, so it's been like that you know, that fucking, like, spider / crab, like, rotation, just like, like, sort of looking over and looking down at B and says, like, oh, I don't believe we have been introduced.
She blinks a little bit, almost as if she had kind of put a little bit of blinders on herself. She had been so focused on the conversation here, she completely forgot that this guy was in the room. Yes, Beatrice.
Wonderful. Dusk. They sort of like, it's funny. At this point, most people would extend a hand. They don't. As they instead mention, it's always nice to meet a fellow ghost in service of the church.
I am. She just kind of gives a small nod.
William actually pipes up at that and basically goes, oh, Beatrice is not in service of the church. She is just a good friend that helps out from time to time. And Dusk, looking over at William, I'm sure it is the case. It is my situation as well. We have a tendency to, looks at B, stick around.
Well, it is my house at this point.
It's a lovely house.
Thank you. I plan to keep it that way.
Sort of like, again, like the clicking and clacking of the wood and the various metal parts as they sort of arc their body up a little bit more and sort of look around and then look back down at you. It is, I am always glad to see, for people of the ghostly nature, to see that they attach to important things to them. It's what keeps us here, and I'm glad that you found something.
Oh. Brian?
Yes, hello?
Oh, now that you found something? Or was that
Yep.
the end of the...
Yeah,
That
oh,
was the end of the sentence.
okay, alright. She actually visibly seems a little uncomfortable with the wording of that. Just doing my best.
Ah, my apologies. I might be a bit forward at times.
No, it's alright. Admittedly, I am a bit curious your... She makes a little bit of a gesture. Design? Was this to your request?
They sort of like look around. Ah, yes. This was one of the many questions that my two new admirers have been asking.
Nod.
Like two of their hands sort of like rickettily like gesture at Mouse and 66B. Mouse, you could see, is still fucking futzing with one of them. There's not like
Yeah.
even has been moved around by the rotation of the body.
Yeah.
And basically, Dusk sort of pipes up. Yes, it has been technically at my request. As I've mentioned before, I've had a deal with the doll maker. This is the deal: experimentation. I provide with my time, learning to master different types of bodies that the doll maker would make for me to see if it's viable.
So this is less of your choosing and more a vessel to pilot.
In a sense, I have grown quite accustomed and, I suppose, comfortable within this form, however. It does not replace a body, of course, not a real one, but it does wonder for the soul.
She seems to consider that for a moment.
As sort of like you consider, Mouse sort of like whispers to you, 66B, the doll maker is a very famous necromancer that essentially has started to make bodies like this as sort of like a therapeutic tool for ghosts.
That makes a lot. That's very clever. That's very nice.
Yeah, it's like the problem, of course, that they still can't feel anything, through the body. It's just a doll that they possess, like they would possess anything else. But apparently, the psychological effect of just being able to even just approach the feeling of being solid again seems to do a lot for the needs of ghosts all over. It's usually not like this, though.
I get sensation through my armor.
That's what's incredible about you.
Should I talk to the doll maker about this?
It might be. Oh, it would be very interesting to see what they have to say about that.
Right. Dusk, sorry to bother you.
It turns around again.
I actually have a sense of sensation through my armor. I can feel different, I can feel pain. It senses almost as if skin would. I was actually hoping, could you put me in touch with the doll maker? I think at the very least this might prove interesting and might assist with the process of creating puppets.
Oh, my goodness. Quite anomalous indeed.
They're not.
Why, yes, I'm sure they would absolutely love to talk to you. They are quite busy, though, but, if there was a way that I could easily contact you, I would absolutely love to be a middleman.
Well, I just happen to have a phone.
You pull out a brick.
I fucking knew it.
It is a monstrosity,
Oh,
kit
yeah.
bashed from many, many different things. You're pretty sure most of them not phones, but it does everything a smartphone would do.
Oh, thank you so much, the event, my dear beloved.
But God, is it not like this is not the kind of shit you put in your jeans pocket?
No, it like 66B puts it in their armor, and it looks like part of it.
Yeah. It's funny, they look down at your phone and they go, oh, well, you keep on surprising, don't you?
This one isn't me, it's the local mechanic's work.
Oh, I see. Always a wonder to see local enthusiasm. They, actually, one of their tinier hands, because they have many sizes, right? Like, one of their tinier hands reaches into what would be like one of the sides, like
Yeah.
they have the big like turtle shell almost, like underneath, and you realize that hidden within, they get like drawers essentially, and they pull out a drawer and take out a phone from that and
Yeah,
take
let's
your number.
beep 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 beep. Thank you very much. 66B is delighted.
Of course, I am myself quite interested into, well, it's gonna sound strange, but your existence.
I as well.
If it was possible to retro-engineer what you got going on, oh my goodness, it would be a big shift in necromantic research.
At the very least, I'd like to at least offer the opportunity. Who knows if it'll go anywhere? But thank you. They bow their head, genuinely pleased at this development.
I am extremely flattered and relieved that you would choose the doll maker, as they are an independent necromancer. Much better than letting those Viridis people get their hands on you.
Opinions, oh my god.
They smile at that. Schisms within the church.
The church has always been a very fragmented organization.
They smile and look at all of the assembled church individuals in front of them.
It's so fucking funny because you look at all of the church
Yeah.
individuals,
Yeah.
and it's always kind of like, it's all on all of their faces is that kind of like begrudging acceptance of the statement of like, yeah,
That's
can't really,
technically
true.
true.
Can't argue about that one.
This has been
they.
This has been exceptionally enlightening. I would love to contact you further to speak with your opinions on death, undeath, and the church.
Oh, well, I have been around for quite some time, and I will be around your district, or at least the underneath of it.
Lovely. I'm genuinely looking forward to this. 66B adores Dusk.
Okay, wonderful. Well, it would have to be in my schedule when I am not patrolling,
Of
but
course.
apart from that, I would love to. Oh, Mouse reacts to that. Patrolling. Does that mean you're security, essentially? Yes, I am. I'm quite large, you see. It's a bit of a deterrent.
The district and the catacombs will feel safer for your presence.
I hope I will be able to also help with the district. However, my priorities must lay in the catacombs, I'm afraid.
Of course, the catacombs present a potential threat to us all. Have you heard what they're saying on the news about all the criminals that are coming out of the catacombs and causing problems? I wonder who could have caused that.
It's funny because it's Nephilim who answers that, and basically, actually, with a lot of further of like, yes, I have seen the news about that. Have you seen what they have been saying after that original statement?
About how we need a militarized police force in order to secure our streets now, yes.
Mm-hmm. They also accuse us to have started it all.
Of course.
It would seem that Gate 4, within its own struggle, has simply created a power vacuum and has endangered the whole city. At least that's what the Preservation League says.
Yes, well, the council is full of opinions these days.
I apologize.
He actually gets like a weird take at that and say, distinctively not so. They are silent, and that's the problem.
Really? I feel like that speaks volumes.
It does. Not in the way that I enjoy, though.
Damn.
Real quick, B would actually look over at Dusk. If you are going to be going through the catacombs on a regular basis, perhaps you and I could work together a bit.
Let's go.
Done a bit of scouting myself. I worked with William to create something of a map, but it's definitely incomplete.
Oh, how wonderful. I would absolutely love to have some of your assistance to create optimal patrol routes, and I will share anything that I find on said routes if you want me to.
It would be appreciated.
I guess I can start us off promptly. Have you noticed that you have rats in your basement?
She looks over at William.
Nephilim, excuse me, what? And I feel like this is a good moment for Bench to arrive. So hey,
Yeah.
Bench, you arrive at the sound.
Got like walks in, he's like scraping off some dirt and grime and random bits of rat hair. He just makes sure to comb off and then kind of steps forward. He stops, looks at the big thing ahead, and then sort of just rights himself and approaches. And is going to make a wide berth around Duskleon as much as I would go talk to him immediately. And sort of steps
Oh
on
yeah,
over here.
apologies, I fucked it up multiple times, but it's a they/them, just like 63.
Gotcha. Sure. Stepping around the side, he approaches and then is just going to.
Welcome back. Nice to see you.
Ah, welcome, Mr. Bench. You look a bit haggard. Is everything all right?
A lot of running around today, but it's all good.
You have been very busy. I
As
thank you
always.
for that and appreciate your efforts.
He holds his hat to his chest in like a sign of thank you for noticing, and then turns his attention and turns.
I'm sure you've been busy as well.
It turns over to Eftelim.
He kind of goes, yes, the past nights, 2 nights and day have been moving, but we are now set up and comfortable, at
Yes.
least as much as we can be.
How about that news broadcast?
Immediately, like, fucking look of disgust upon his face. I do not like where this is going, but
Oh,
it's...
he sort of puts his hand. Sorry, I was just curious about your thoughts. I understand that it definitely does not seem well. Actually, drinking friends with the man who wrote the article. He's even talking to me about how he feels so bad about the way it was reported.
I just don't like how much of a voice the Preservation League has. Right now, it's not even that they have influence, it's just that they're the loudest.
Yes.
But in times of crisis, the loudest are the people who get ears. I do not like
Definitely
that.
so. It is unfortunate. You know what? Hang on.
He reaches out. It's like,
You've been very good to us. I'd like to return the favor a little. Just business aside.
I reach into a note and pull out a little thing and write down a number here.
This is the journalist who wrote the article. He's very much trying to look for other points of view. Maybe an interview would be good. Just give him some type of information. Helps make the room a little louder in a different direction.
Well, he actually smiles at you. Well, thank you for the good news. I've been in need of that. He takes the phone number. I will
Nods his
certainly
head,
contact
does
this
so.
man.
Good luck. Hopefully it takes a story.
Hopefully.
Or the same. I suppose, chit-chatter aside, is there anything that you need from us? Any other parts of the deal? Anything we need to take care of?
No, not necessarily. We have installed everything we needed to install. We used our own resources to do so, as to not be a burden upon your very much in need of resources district. And we have been paying rent. Congratulations. Now you're the landlord.
He kind of sees, he's sort of just like, truly a terrible thing. So unfortunate. Well,
Disgusting indeed. Well, I suppose we will simply have to pass the blame to each other over and over again until this is done.
I suppose so. But I've not noticed a mess. You are a good tenant.
Well, of course. I wouldn't want to be evicted now, would I?
Of course. Well then, thank you. If you have any further concerns or anything comes up, I'll make sure to forward something to you. Do you have a phone?
I do. He gives you his phone number.
All right, I contact back there too.
And similarly, I'll make sure to keep in touch on matters. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. He you know what? That's basically, he kind of nods his head and is like,
All right. Well,
I turn over to B, and then just like
I think we have an appointment. Is there anything else we need to do?
There is one thing, William. There was something that I wanted to talk to you about, and Dr. Bench should probably be there for this, and we should probably just talk about it. She looks over at 66B, just like, yeah, no, this should be a group thing.
I would also like to inspect the gear that they installed. I'm curious.
Is that all right?
I understand the sentiment. Trust me, I do. Unfortunately, allowing you to inspect our equipment thus far would be a bit too telling on what we're trying to do. Once again, I cannot allow any information to leak.
Oh, now that is delightful. 66B's expression sort of relaxes. Of course. Literally, we can't even look at it. Even seeing it gives away too much info. That is fascinating.
that sounds like slight potentials of maybe, possibly, potentially being legacy related.
Oh.
If you can, because you can, that's one of the things you can look at and immediately know it's a legacy. So maybe.
Maybe that's really juicy.
Am I smelling a heist downstairs just to take a peek?
Just to take a peek.
Damn, it's crazy that B just offered to help figure out what the scouting routine
Oh, that's
would be.
What?
Oh my
Crazy.
god.
Okay, B, you got this. You got this.
We're gonna leave it to her. She
All you.
You need any help? Just give me a call.
I am
fine.
fully down, by the way, if at some point we do another time skip of just being like, oh yeah, communicating the rats, everything. Anyway, we're going down, right? And then all three of you just go down.
Good shit, B. Good shit, B. Okay. Yeah, then the William stuff.
Right. Well, if this is a personal conversation, I assume we should go to a more private area. Mouse, could you entertain the guest? Oh, yes, absolutely.
Do a little dance, mouse boy. I give a little courteous nod and slight bow to Eftelum as we leave.
Yeah, and Neptune like bows back at you, sort of like gives you a tip of the hat as another hat haver.
Yeah. Me turning away, being very respectful, deep in my thoughts. Another deep bench monologue here. If you like a hat so much, you should take it off inside.
Strong opinions.
Rude ass.
Wow. Fucking full pass for Yumi, but this guy? No.
Yumi's fine.
Yumi knows she's
The news
rude.
angel can do no wrong.
Yeah, an angel can do no wrong.
Ooh, could you? Did
There's
you
a very
disagree
strict
me,
difference
or-
between fashion
Oh, hello?
hats. Yumi's hat is a dress hat, and it is allowed indoors. But what? Enough.
Real
yeah.
quick, before we leave, B will peek around dusk, look at Sam, and like, kind of my eyes, your eyes, just like, we're not done talking. Bring back, motherfucker.
fucking does the same at you. Could you move again, B? I lost you. You're invisible to me. Ah, there you are. Lovely. Right, I will copy and church interior 2. There we go. Put everyone there. And there we go. I will now get us there. We are down south. Now, I hope it's nothing too urgent, or at least worrying.
Worrying, yes. Urgent, luckily not.
I see. Well, this is actually a very good opportunity. I wanted to share some theories I have about our tenants.
Oh.
You know, it's so funny because he's like going to the left side of the room and B's going to the right, almost as if they're expecting to go to opposite rooms right now. Just like, wow. No, obviously we're going in here.
Oh, just so you know, he points at this door down there. This would be where Miss Thorpe is residing.
Ah, wonderful. 66B's expression actually lightens up visibly. Based on the topic of conversation, looks between the three of them out in front. Does this necessarily involve me? I can go check on Chloe in the meantime, if not.
It involves Holt.
I see. They squint. I will... You know what? I will trust you all with that, then. I want to make sure she's okay. Their expression grows significantly lighter, and they'll duck, and I will take my third scene
Go
with
get that
Chloe,
third scene, boy.
allowing
Way to
me
go.
to station my body with her.
Oh,
I
that's
have
what we
made a
need so much
conscious
right now.
choice to have a scene with Chloe 3 times.
I'm so excited for her to try to bail, and then your body's just following her like
Listen,
some fucking...
I can see her clock now.
Oh, boy.
Ah,
We need that. Good work.
we do,
Anyways.
yeah. Okay, you guys got this.
William sits down in his chair and sort of waits expectantly.
B sits on her spot on the desk.
He stands by the door.
This hat notably off.
Like
Yeah,
a
because he's
wise man.
inside.
Yeah.
Well, she looks over at Bench. We had a meeting with Necromancer Holden, and she had some interesting offers, to say the least.
Ah, wonderful. I am ever so glad that you would come and report that to me. I appreciate you.
You did ask.
Asking is one thing. You did not have any obligation to deliver. And I want to note that I appreciate both of you helping me.
Well,
Moving along.
I don't want to be the only one with my eyes open. Hang on.
God damn it. Some eyes wide shut, bitch.
it would seem that Viridis is in some extensive negotiations. One that she is even willing to try and work around the council to achieve.
I see. That's quite the bit of commitment.
So, out of character,
Mm-hmm.
aside from the legacy bit, B is pretty much ready to just tell him everything that was discussed.
Go for it, girl.
Everything but the legacy. Essentially, she's gonna report back from the meeting with Holden.
Gotcha. He sort of thinks about everything that seems to have been said and kind of goes, well, it is interesting that she would go as far as give you advice on how to keep even her stuck in stasis in a weird way. Inviting competition, that is interesting. I wonder if that means that she's not after the same thing they're all after.
It could be read as that, or just desperation. Either way, I don't like how many people are interested in our catacombs.
It has been quite the tendency, hasn't it?
Yes. It was why I would like to ask you specifically more information about the catacomb.
Let's see. He kind of like just absent-mindedly just like clicks at his keyboard, pulls up some stuff that he can sort of like read on the side to jog his memory. Well, the catacombs around Libra are ancient, but that's the case of any catacomb under any city-state. As for our sector specifically, well, there has been some pretty old church activity in the area, but that has been emptied out by myself. And I am pretty sure that they would already know about that if they have been spying on us.
Did we?
I think we're on the same. I think we're on the same page. But like, did we tell him about that spare room that we found in
No,
the?
I was just about to do
yeah,
that too.
Yeah.
Well, it's curious. There was a spare room inside of when we are in the catacombs that seemed to have a number of bit of information on it. It was all deleted. Was that your doing? Or do you know potentially?
He
About that at all?
crosses his legs and smiles at you. Yes, that was my doing.
I see. Was that your cleanup you were talking about?
Yes.
I see.
I have been trying to investigate ever since I started to suspect attention towards our underground. Unfortunately, I haven't found much so far. It might simply be that I haven't gone deep enough, one might say. I will say this, though. In my more recent expeditions, I can definitely tell that we are not the only ones trying to delve deeper.
Yes. It was in fact the case that one Mr. Booth seemed to have also taken an interest in that as a pastime. As a search. But there are others beyond that too. We have a couple of names of people searching.
Oh.
Including Rahab Rubik.
I say that one, and gosh, I think there were a few. Well, we knows about the other people who had interest there too, but
any number of other individuals as well. High profile, rich money.
Rahab Ruvik is definitely concerning. He has been very active in the, let's say, scientific side of things for quite a while now. A very, one might say almost, the kind of enthusiasm that seems almost desperate in nature. He has not reached to me specifically, but I have heard of other churches from a while now that he has been looking for necromancers that could be discreet.
Interesting that he seems to be funding his adoptive son's escapades into our district.
A nice convergence of interests. Yes.
And what of the other things beneath the catacombs? William, I'm sure you know about them.
He sort of like tilts his head at you. Could you perhaps enlighten me a little bit more?
he genuinely takes a moment and waits, because he's not quite sure how to describe them, how to word it. It's, to him, something far beyond his normal discussion points and otherwise, and sort of out of the loop that he is. Yeah.
We ran into Deformed when we found 66B's body.
Ah, really? How deep were you?
Not very deep.
That is... You actually see a little bit of emotion on his face for a while. It quickly goes back to his normal smile, but there is what you think is actual concern. That is highly irregular. They do not go up most of the time. It is in the ancient parts of the underground that they dwell, usually.
It does not
Usually.
seem like a coincidence, or it is prodding around in our catacombs. Perhaps they are digging too deep and pulling something up. Even just mucking about might already be bringing attention. But you would probably know more about these things than I do, William.
I know a little bit, although modern research on them has been not as advanced as one might hope. The current theory is that they are essentially creatures that displace you. We don't know where they send you, we just know that they do. Any reading, any sort of experiment that has been conducted on them, with ethic or otherwise, has led to movement of some sort that leads to then vanishing. As for them, yes, I suppose it is not out of the norm that if many people are, as you said, mucking about underneath us, it would stir them from their, well, aimless wanderings.
I see. Interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. Then, William, one more question. If you have indeed deleted these files off the computers, have you kept a backup?
I have.
I would like to take a look.
Of course. He literally just pulls it up on the computer.
He actually looks a little surprised at that, just like, wait, what?
I'm gonna take a look at these.
Take a look at these. It's mostly a lot of history, logs, etc., on various church activity in the
Alright.
catacombs.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it, so a
I
roll
will-
might be needed.
Yeah, I do want to roll. Let me just roll a die first too. Wow, that's an even ass split. All right. In that case, let me rock into that and roll to do. Okay.
Ooh, 16, pretty good.
So, I'm gonna using
Can
this
we
stat. I'm gonna
help?
Yeah.
Oh.
Give me a hand.
Absolutely.
What I do then is I think it's yeah. I mean, it's already a 17. It
Still
should
pretty good,
be
still pretty good.
most type of stuff. One thing I think a good direction for this too is he's obviously this is gonna be too much to internalize right now, but if he's willing to show it to us, chances are it's not something he's like, now I'm deleting it. However, what I do want to figure out is on a glance, I'm gonna look for things like page counts, numbers, missing headings, things like that. I want to see if he's been so eager to give this to me. I want to make sure this is everything corrupted, uncut, unedited. Is the big thing.
Oh
Okay.
God. The levels.
So with that roll, God, there are definitely some stuff missing, and I think because that roll is so good, you would be able to tell that this time there was no temperance from a modern access port, if that makes sense. All of this is the kind of damage to data that would happen over time.
Natural corruption.
Gotcha.
Yeah, natural corruption and shit like that. It's too random and too ever present throughout the piece that if he had done that, he would have had to spend a considerable amount of time and effort, and he has been way too busy as far as
this
you
happened
go
a day
to
or
do
two
that.
ago. So
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Or we don't actually know that, but yeah. Okay, cool. Then he takes a note, skims it and stuff.
Seems to be a lot of incidental history. I was curious. Why
Yes.
delete it?
Because of this in particular, and he points towards a Oh god, yeah, I guess this is happening. Damn.
Yes.
All right. Because of this in particular, and he points at a chapel, the presence of a chapel that was underground. That does not happen. There's many church operations everywhere, but a full-on chapel that is like always down there, that is pretty rare as far as you're concerned. He sort of explains that. The presence of such an edifice and organization is better left unknown because they tend to attract treasure hunters. I have already emptied this chapel and used its resources for my own gain. However, I would rather have people not meddle into what's left and track me back here, if that makes sense.
It is a matter of even knowing it is already cached, it does not stop greedy thieves from coming to make sure.
Exactly.
When one gets a hint of money, they often follow through. But
Yes.
I see. It is a very shrewd call to make. Tell me though, perhaps I simply have a strike of the same type of gene, but is there anything else, any more of these, deeper down?
That is what I'm starting to worry about. As far as records go, no. The deeper down we go, the more in ruins everything is. If there was to have such buildings, it would be buildings that are eons old, and as a result, the technology down there should not be able to fully function. The deeper you go into the catacombs, it's like traveling back in time, in a sense.
He kind of thinks about that a little bit. He's kind of pacing now, thinking pretty deep.
But, obviously things get rougher the further back you go. But if you go deep enough, I'm sure it starts to turn around the other way.
That is what I am starting to think. Perhaps this is the theory that all of our admirers are going off of. Either that, or they received a sign that there was indeed something down there.
Stop. Think very deeply, then kind of turn over to William really quick.
William, I've been doing a lot of research about the catacomb. I don't think I've turned up too much, and I'm starting to learn that the only way to learn about this is to go deeper. To actually look into and piece into it yourself. Do you think deeper down here, there might be something like...
He kind of thinks about it.
If it's something every faction wants, something that they all strive for, do you think someone might have discovered something big, like a legacy?
Entirely possible. Although, how to put this? Legacies have been discovered in the past, and yes, it is like a copper rush every time. However, it is far less secretive than this. On top of this, well, again, as far as my records go, and what I have personally observed, intrusions have been somewhat recent.
I see.
It's strange. If they have heard or taken notice of something, then it would have to be from a different source. Either that, or they don't even know what they're looking for.
Right.
He kind of thinks about it a little bit.
Everyone could be chasing a lie. Or
Potentially.
they all think they know something. Or are just going because someone else is. Okay. Well, this all is rather annoying.
It is. In a weird way, I guess one of the best ways we could learn about that would be to ask for the opinion of one of our admirers. Try to get that information from them.
Or
On that note, well, this will come at quite the cost for me, for I am quite sure that the ghost present in the room will murder me once I share this with you. However, I have been a little bit dishonest, and it's becoming harder and harder to conceal this on my own, as it is also... I guess, in a weird way, I'm starting to feel bad. But I would rather have 66B here as well, so if you could fetch him. And this is where we're gonna do a scene transition to over here if you're around, Jay.
Yes.
Nice.
So, I think 66B has mostly been catching up on, like, how things are going, like, how she's doing, very normal stuff.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, ever since those other necromancers arrived, I've been mostly quarantined in here. But that's not the worst, I suppose.
They are rather nice.
Or so I've heard. I don't want to take the risk, though.
We did actually have the chance the other day to speak to, is it Marguerite or Margaret? I forget.
Marguerite.
Marguerite. 66B into God, saying that in 66B's voice. I did have a chance to speak to Marguerite, and runs through the entirety of, like, that exchange, etc., what happened, literally just catching her up.
Well, I guess it's good to know that she is doing well.
She is.
I am going to be honest with you. As loyal as this Marguerite is, I'm afraid that Orchid Asmara did not share much about her. I hope it was more of a matter of keeping me in the dark, and not that she simply does not think about the consequences of her actions.
Hopefully. 66B intones, because, she seems actually pretty broken up about this. She fully intends to talk to either Orchid or Lauren Briggs about the situation. I obviously left you and your name out of it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I would definitely keep an eye on her if she's going to talk to Lauren Briggs.
Certainly.
Honestly, either of them.
Yes.
There is something that I want to share now that this is becoming relevant. I have decided to follow on the leads that Orchid Osmara would give me, act upon the various resources that she would lend me, because I didn't have a choice. But I'll be fully honest with you, this woman scares me.
I apologize.
I'm afraid that
Which between
Marguerite
the two
is...
of them?
That's what I'm about to say. I'm afraid that Marguerite is stuck between a rock and a hard place.
That's what I thought. 66B, like, damn. Understandable. Especially considering your position, where doing things for Orchid has made Lauren Briggs incredibly upset with you. 66B sort of inhales and exhales their armor, puffing up and down, and at this point, Bryn, I would like to activate that ability that lets me see her clock.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
interestingly enough, her clock is currently empty. You managed to get her to a point where you feel that she doesn't have plans. She doesn't know what to do. She's kind of just going with the motions. Someone is defending her, someone's being nice. She is, in a weird way, out of her element within this new circumstance that she has.
Oh boy. I feel so bad for her. Okay. 66B sees that, and personally, massive relief. It means she's not about to pop the fuck off and be like...
She is not about to pop the fuck off. You know what? I'll even give you what her current clock is.
Yeah.
and it's like, because in a weird way, like I feel like it will just 6xb is a very observant being, so
Yeah.
I would imagine that they like did use that. You get the feeling that the current clock is literally a disappear again clock.
Makes
Of like
sense.
literally just, she is only thinking about the next step. She doesn't have big plans, she doesn't have anything, she's just trying to fucking survive. So because everything else fell through. So at this point in her life, she's basically just like, I'm staying here. I'm trusting for now. If I sniff the faintest fucking whiff of anything, I am gone.
Understandable.
And that's her clock, essentially.
That's
so
sick.
It's a strange clock in the sense that it's very simple. I will tell you right now, it could fill up very quickly
It's her
depending
alert
on what
meter.
she sees.
Yeah.
It's her alert meter, essentially, yeah. If she starts to be suspicious that you might not want what's best for her, she will try to disappear, essentially.
That's fucking fantastic. Okay, cool. That's great. In that case, I might need to start watching out for her as well. But they sort of sigh. For now, at the very least, I'm hoping that we can kick the situation forwards. I don't know exactly how it's going to happen, but it seems like this conflict is unfortunately catching more people up than they think about how to calculate this exactly. They sort of sigh, rub the side of their head, a gesture from an old body, as they look over at Chloe. More individuals invested in not only this technology, but our district are pouring into the area currently. One after the other, they do seem to be gathering. Right now, the situation is evolving in ways that I don't fully understand yet. This is me being blunt and, I suppose, forthcoming. Does the clock tick up? People pouring into the district.
Yeah, it takes one tick
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
okay,
It
no,
just
no.
goes, I'm sorry.
No, this makes perfect sense. This is like a sort of what I want to check.
I will give you this for free.
Yeah.
You get the feeling that if you weren't like, hey, I'm trying to be blunt and everything,
Yeah.
and if you didn't preface with what you said before,
Yeah.
or perhaps if it wasn't you talking but like Bench, it would have been like 2 ticks, but it's only
Yeah.
1.
Yeah, no,
thankfully.
it ticks up by 1. And 66B will, they're gonna fill her in on the situation with, Moss in particular.
I see.
Yeah.
When you say when you say fill around the situation, is it like every detail? Like, do you mention his dad also
Yes.
being part of the equation?
Yes.
Okay, I see.
If the clock ticks
I
up
see.
again, that's fine. I will get it to like 2 or 3 ticks and stop. The trick here is, and the gimmick here is, I want to fill her in with as much information as I can to see if she knows anything or would formulate a plan. Because if she does punk out and run, it is better that she do it informed, but I don't want to tick that clock up and drive her away. So the idea is to gradually introduce information to her and then back the fuck off if it gets to 3 or
Like
4.
microdosing poison.
Yeah, exactly. We're microdosing your anxiety right now, Queen.
Oh god. So yeah, no, at the mention of fucking Ruvik insurance, she definitely ticks up 1 more. When you mention like Peter Moss, etc., she kind of goes, one thing that is interesting is that I did not expect those, especially those 2 entertainment companies, to continue. It's quite bold of them to, from what I understand, chase after what we were chasing before.
Yes, that's sort of what I was thinking. Which means the Ruvik family must have more power and sway than I could have possibly anticipated. The idea.
They do. But also, I hate to say this, but it makes a lot of sense that it's the adoptive son that is sent on this little chase.
Oh. 66B feels something in this moment. Something regrettable. Something that made all of their actions up to this point workable. Peter Moss was the CEO and they felt no pity. a strike of it. An absolute splinter of sympathy for this guy who was sent out on a risky venture, potentially to die, strikes up in the back of their brains.
I've seen this before many a time. The difference between the promise of support and actual support is huge. But the promise of support, often for people like Peter Moss, from what I remember of him, can do quite a lot to the ego.
And that's why he asked me, specifically somebody who was in the know, but that he had just met, for assistance for a large. So everything makes sense now. That sucks. Thank you for the clarity on the situation. Much to think about.
Mostly theorizing, I'm afraid. But
no, that seems far too accurate with how he was acting.
If I can share anything about old money in previous deals with them, is that old money cares about tradition. Peter Moss does not carry the family name. As such, it says a lot about his position within the inheritance ladder.
And this could similarly be his big shot to gain clout and status within the family.
I've seen it happen before.
Their head billows, exhaling, feeling genuinely bad for a moment.
The more I think about it, especially after the disappearance of their daughter.
Disappearance of their daughter?
Yes. God, that was a long time ago, but the Ruvik's daughter was a scientist. She was conducting a lot of experiments, had big deals with the church, etc., but kept independent. She was quite unique, a very popular person, very a prodigy in the matter. God, years ago she disappeared, and with her the only heir to the family fortune and power.
Oh no.
I would assume that now that she's gone, yes, it is his big shot.
Is, off the top of your head, do you know what her areas of interest, her areas of study were?
Sorry, I should have said it in fucking character, but goddamn does she just say that she was like an archaeologist and was going down the catacombs?
Yeah!
Because of course she did!
Of course she was! That's crazy!
Some say that Rahab Ruvik was never the same after she disappeared.
Sorry, I'm Yumiing out over here.
Ooh!
Ooh, that's crazy.
Oh, the drama!
Okay, 66B, however, is not Yumiing out. They do not have a brain Yumi yet.
Do you want me to roll a d6 to see if you get a brain Yumi?
Yeah, no, on a raw 6, I will develop a brain Yumi from this incident.
Oh.
Okay, a split second, it rises. The werewolf transformation begins and is suppressed.
Like from the depths of yourself, you hear like a and then you shove it down like no,
not right now.
We're not doing that.
What? If I may ask, was this back in Nosgrove, or was it in Libra?
It was always in Libra. The Ruviks are one of the
That makes sense.
oldest families of vampires in Libra.
Yep, that makes sense.
There was a lot of theories about the fact that she just went feral down there after an accident of some kind. But she was never found. Nor was her team, to be honest.
6xp's brain is expanding so many times this day. The voice echoes from their non-lips. That's crazy. They meditate on this and they're like, This matter could be a multi-city matter. I have a question. Lauren Briggs, does she represent old money for Nosgorod?
No, actually. Honestly, she was kind of a... oh, what's the term? It's like... I'm blanking because it's like my brain wants to say startup, but it's not quite the vibe. It was like she was a new up-and-coming challenger, if that makes sense. She had nothing, honestly. Overlay Entertainment is a big company, don't get me wrong. Over in Nosgorod, they have a lot of the media market, but companies like that are, especially in Nosgorod, a dime a dozen. She has no link to the heirs of Baron Nosgorod himself. She was a nobody. When she came up with all of those new and impressive and exciting, apparently, deals that everyone was making at the time, it's like she appeared out of nowhere. What I thought back then is that she just either managed to broker something incredible as far as a deal or discovered something big.
Yeah. Above table, there's two realities in my brain that are now happening for the Lauren Briggs situation, and they could both simultaneously be happening. And the very obvious one is the whole Keeper of the Throne situation. She might be involved in the cult might be supporting her. That could be cult shit could be happening. Alternatively, she could be getting set up very much in a similar manner to Peter, of like, why is she here? Why is she here personally? She probably isn't the top of the food chain, because the top of the food chain would never be seen. They'd never come personally. They'd never be putting in the literal legwork. Could be both!
Idea roll!
Idea roll, thank you. Okay.
You're so close to something.
I'm pushing it! I'm pushing it! Red, get out of here! Thank you for pushing me over the medium.
Oh god. You know what? Because of the nature of the conversation, roll another d6. Chloe is also helping.
Please, God. Please, God. Yes!
Yes!
Okay.
You say all of this, right, in your head. You like think about it. Oh, we would never see the top of the food chain. No. Then you think about it. Well, you did see Leon Smith, who was apparently the top of his food chain. It all depends about how, and like you think about Nephilim, who is the top of his food chain.
Right.
They're here in person. What causes them to appear in person on the field?
When they're fucking risking it all, bro! They've got nothing left to lose!
A form of, like,
despair,
almost. It's desperate. Yeah, desperation.
It's desperation, yeah. Oh,
and then you think of it again, and it links back to what you caught from literally in my DMs, right? Yeah. Of the CEOs coming in, the desperation, what they're doing. And you realize that there's an emotion that you've noticed, but you couldn't quite put your hand on it. Throughout all of their plans, all of these people are fucking terrified.
Makes perfect sense! Oh, God, okay. Holy shit, that recontextualizes everything. Except, there is one motherfucker in the room that is risking the least. And it's Peter Moss's fucking dad.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch!
Okay. Thank you. That my soul is so light.
Oh no,
That's good.
you were right there. You were
Oh,
right
this
there,
is
dude.
so
As always,
fucking
that's
good.
the mechanic. That's the mystery mechanics. If you get close enough, you get the idea roll.
Oh,
This is
okay.
all you, my man.
Okay. This is absurdly enlightening. 66B puts their head down and then sort of looks up and makes eye contact. They're desperate for the most part, barring one notable example. Leon, Lauren, and Peter all have an immense amount to lose in this situation, it seems. Or losing this business venture is tantamount to death. They need to throw themselves in it entirely. The question of why comes to mind, but...
You know, I've been thinking of something,
Yes?
and I really hope I'm wrong.
Hmm?
Do you think Miss Briggs is cleanup? Is she not even here for the same thing that they are? Nosgorod already had the technology. They backed out because they had found something better. At least that's what everyone thought back then. Is she literally just here to tie up loose ends?
I wonder. She hasn't expressed a personal interest in our district quite yet. It seems like, to some extent, the other two, they have an investment in the catacombs down below. Maybe it is enough for her to stop their attempts. That's a good point. Maybe not clean up per se, but preventing...
Is that why she is almost exclusively having all of her, from what you've said, having all of her attention pulled towards transport? Is she just tracking them?
That would make perfect... They pause. They
She
think.
was so fast. You don't understand how fast she was when I got in their system. I barely had half a day to move out. I was immediately on the radar. I was immediately tracked down. Is that her function? Is that what she does? Is she tracking people? Bench.
Yeah.
Is she tracking people?
Oh boy. They think...
Like some sort of guard dog at the edge of whatever the fuck Nosgorod is doing. You can tell that she's getting like mad.
Yeah. They think. And yet, the number of people that she's been unleashed on is relatively few and far between. And yet you've been labeled as one of them. Not everyone. Not everyone that acts or even is aware of this information has been hunted down so ruthlessly. Many are still allowed to pass. It's obvious she couldn't simply go on a killing spree. But just the same, there must be something in what you saw, what you engaged with, that unleashed her on you. Something that the other two
She
have experienced.
gets a terrified expression on her face.
Yeah.
Not yet, but they're all converging in the same place, aren't they?
That's...
One accident, one rivalry gone wrong, in a era where gangs are fighting in the streets. Everything is covering up for her. Anything could happen down there.
And it seems to a necessity that they must go down. They think on this. They think on the plans. VR emulation. What Leon Smith stated, what he protected so well via his NDA. They believe to some extent that this patent must exist. Yes, certainly. Would it be worth shedding this much blood? They think back. They think back on the innocent CEO that thought there must be something more here. There must be something bigger. And very much at the registration of sometimes greed's enough. But in this case, 66B decides to pry a little bit further about what must exist deeper. Access to Charlotte's basement. Peter Moss gaining a building and access to the world below. It being enough that Briggs silences all of these people to stop whatever they're doing. A method to connect the mind to somewhere else and beings that displace space. It's literally all converging like a giant drain beneath Gate 13. Their head snaps to attention, almost solidifying once more as they stare straight ahead. I see. I just have a question. Your boss. Were there plans to move into Gate 13 as well?
Not at the beginning. Where there was some moves to be done after Nosgorov backed off for journalism, investigation.
Their eyes sort of open again, and they nod once more. It seems, at the very least, Lauren Briggs is far more dangerous than I originally anticipated. I apologize for not taking your plight even more seriously than I have.
I'm glad you took it any amount of serious at all, instead of sending me on wild goose chases like Orchid Osmara did. I will not soon forget that she put me in the direct line of fire to cover herself.
Yes. Accessing their systems to draw information over to you. I wonder... I'm so sorry. If her character matches with what you've described, I wonder if that was her end goal to begin with. Getting attention onto you so that she could do whatever she needed to do.
Then that means that whatever she's been up to, it's just as dangerous as all of these other people that are going for your home.
They not. They sort of fold their arms and tilt their head backwards. I'm going to be honest. I have half a mind to chase Orchid Asmara down myself and try to get the situation resolved to get heat off of you. You're in the unlucky situation that your name and face are known. I don't think I'll be able to erase that from Lauren Briggs' mind without a deal. So, I'm racking my brains about how I can do that.
Well, if she is indeed a bulldog sent on the trail of the people that could, I don't know, be competition? Discover what Nosgorov is actually doing? There's not much to harbor a deal from, except for giving her who she wants.
Offering up other meat, yes. A look crosses 66B's face. It's frustrating. I believed I had ground to stand on when I didn't feel the faintest shred of sympathy for Peter Moss. No longer, unfortunately.
Well, if there is one thing that Peter Moss has is money. If you could make him realize that he is in as much danger as we are, maybe he could be a powerful ally.
Hopefully so he does have money. Thank you very much for this. You've lent a large amount of clarity to this. If you have any ideas on how to progress, or what to do next, do not hesitate to call me. Otherwise, I believe I'll start moving in that direction. I'll talk to Peter.
Here's the only thing that I have. Whatever it is, it all started in that facility. In the wilderness. Nosgorov pulled out when they funded that. Lauren Briggs was the head of the negotiations for Nosgorov, and she backed out when she became the leader, I suppose, of that project. If there is anything that could give any amount of context, it has to be there.
Do you have a location, or is that some...
Don't. I was trying to get that, but I was... They found me immediately.
That's all right. Hopefully, Peter will be able to fill us in on that. At the very least, Leon should know.
Would they? It seems that they're going in as blind as we are.
That is an incredibly risky move. They say, looking down, but again.
It is, but... Again, desperation. It might be the only one they have left.
Fascinating.
It was the only thing I could do. Once you're deep enough in, the only way out is through.
Fuck, man. Oh, the intrigue is so thick I can cut it with a knife. Oh. 66B is going to contact their body, who has been stationed over with the boys. Has anybody bothered them at all? Anybody?
No.
Okay.
It's been completely fine.
Fantastic. They're gonna bring their body over here and station it with her instead, because
right.
shit is indeed getting real.
I will. They're not like necessarily here immediately, but I will post one here immediately, just standing in the corner.
They're just gonna chill and talk to her. They're gonna talk about whatever. Mouse can also come in and assist with the entertainment. We're so good at this. They internalize all of this information and sort of nod, and they're like, all right, thank you for everything.
If you want a last piece of advice, and I don't know if this is good advice to follow, but this is what Orchid Osmara told me. Find what they're afraid of, and you might just find the answers.
We gotta go down, everybody!
Nice.
Oh, holy
fucking
shit.
tag.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god. I am so down to call that scene there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Plus whenever you're done before we cut away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sure. Whenever you leave, I'm standing out here. If you want to leave, I will be there.
Yeah. They walk outside.
Bench jump scares, he stops, and he just like puts his hand on the door to close it a little quicker, and then he kind of steps up, reaches his hand high up to pat your shoulder, and then holds it and brings you a bit more this way first.
Squint.
Stops, looks at you.
William wants to speak with us. I had quite an interesting conversation.
I see. I did as well. They look back and forth then. Considering, they'll catch you up on everything that was just said.
All right. He waits a bit, thinks about that, takes a moment, kind of ruffles his hair a bit.
Seems as though Nosgorov has a way of weaseling their way into anything.
Yes.
Unfortunate.
Yes. We should find a way to navigate this situation.
Yes. 66B,
Yes.
are you aware of how landslides form?
No, how?
There are a number of different factors at play. The change of climate, the slow erosion of water. But urban planning is one of the greatest means of a landslide forming. After all, mass disruptions of the earth, especially with buildings like in Nosgorov, or especially here, When you build layered cities, the pressure and change on the ground can cause entire landslides to form. This is why, a lot of the times, urban planning takes great care in burning away, crushing, and breaking it before it harms anyone. There's a mighty big landslide forming. It seems as the longer we monitor it, the closer it is coming. I think it is best if we
Thinks about his words.
do a good part for the safety of the citizens by triggering this landslide early. I have a
Oh.
plan.
Ooh.
Would you do the favor of assisting me when I go in and pitch what will happen next?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It is a plan that will put you in much physical harm's way.
This is okay.
Good.
Can you? That's it. He goes to lead you back inside.
Just jump cut to inside the room, just like, what the fuck is taking them so long?
Barging in.
B, for the record, 66B is going to catch you up on everything that just happened. They are going to do it when William ain't here.
Oh, I
Alright,
see,
William.
I see.
Yes.
We're all here. Tell us what you need to tell us.
Right. This is... I am sharing this because it may explain a lot of my suspicions about what the nature of the research of our tenants is. It's time... It's been a long time coming, actually, that I explain to you how I have become an anomaly.
Oh.
The technology that I have pilfered, ancient technology, is a little dirty secret that the church has been keeping for a while. It is not in use anymore. It was only ever used in times of crisis, a long time ago, before we could fully harness the willpower of the people for energy. It is a system that allows somebody, like myself, to pour their life force into the generator. This is how I have been maintaining our chapel on my own for so long. However, the day that everything went wrong, something changed. I think there's no way of saying it that isn't extremely strange. I can feel you all within my halls. I know when you're here. I know when you're not. When you move. When you go through a wall, open a door. I feel it all. Every instance of malfunction within the generator, every hiccup, every tick. I feel it all. At all times. I have been trying to study it quietly on the side, trying to understand what was happening, and I'm afraid that I'm still very far from the truth. But something has linked me to the technology. And as I can feel its presence within this very room, I feel it has something to do with what happened with that legacy of yours that day.
I stop. I close my eyes, like, God damn it, as I just sort of just like close it there, and I'm just like, now all our eyes are closed.
I see. Of course.
With that new
suppose-
context, here's where my suspicion. I think Duskleonis is lying about not feeling through their body.
Ooh.
Oh.
And if what I believe is true, if there was an incident, perhaps with a legacy, that allowed Dusk to essentially get a new body after reaching ghosthood, then indeed this research might be some of the most important work we have seen in recent years. This might just be a new stage of life. All theorizing, of course. He crosses his legs.
I see. An age of simulacrum?
Potentially.
66B's brain has probably 96 different thoughts going on right now. But they're turning and staring at this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of fun because Ben's just turning and staring at 66B.
Yeah.
Then he turns back. And yeah.
B is pouring pretty much all of her energy into being just the image of calm. She's not saying anything. She's barely moved since he started explaining things. Her eyes are closed. Her body is just... It's almost like she is an image paused on a screen. It's not dissociation. She is grasping at every emotion that she has and shoving it as far down as she possibly can in this moment.
Seeing that, 66B will register their thoughts aloud, instead letting B sit there and vibrate as they turn and look at William. In that case, your research done into yourself in your own situation, is likely crucial to understanding this new state of being, as well as the one that maintains the puppet that Dusk inhabits. I would be eager to have the two of you compare notes.
Here, hence my reveal, I suppose. Me sharing this might be our access card to their research downstairs.
I see.
So cool!
Well, that will be a first step down. Would that endanger you?
The more this drama unfolds, the more it becomes evident that I was endangered since day one. We all were, and still are.
Good. Then we are on the same page. At least slightly enough.
He kind of reaches hand to his pocket on the outside, it's like subconscious. He doesn't touch it on the inside, but he reaches his hand up to it as well, holds it for a second, and then just like...
Alright. I think our first priority then should be learning about this research and then going deeper. On top of that, 66B has discovered more information.
Yeah, they're gonna share. Originally, they're like, I want to tell this just to B. I don't necessarily want William. William already knows. Due to the reveal of his condition, 66B is like, well, I'll describe my conversation from the other room, but based on what you've just described, I believe you should already know. They smile, and then we'll just lead in with all of it.
God. It's like... William definitely goes like, this does bring a lot of context, however. I only ever got glimpses of what it could be.
I see.
A lot of people are moving very quickly. This
This is
is
right.
overwhelming.
Which is why we have been given extra time by the council. But it seems even that is only given to us because it is no longer necessary to hold us still. everyone is acting at once, and we've only now discovered what a path to figure out for what for. There are too many places to go at once. We do not have time. They will have us running like rats. Which is why I suggest we stop the clocks. Cease time's movement. Make everything come still. I have an idea. A plan that I will need all your assistance for.
He is going to check every which way as he's like,
But it will require us working quick, being dangerous, interacting with everyone at once. At which point, when we come out the other side, we will have to do the best we can to work quick. Doing something like this is probably only possible once.
he is going to check with everyone and
Before I start, are you all willing to endanger yourselves in this way?
6-6B nods and sort of like picks their chin up a little bit. Similarly, I was hoping to make a move of my own regarding Lauren Briggs. Would that
I think-
complicate things?
No, I think it would all work even better.
Phenomenal.
he kind of takes out a notebook and kind of rips a page out and kind of like just moves over to the side of the table.
In fact, in this instance, it is best, despite...
He kind of like turns over.
It is best if we draft something perhaps fresh. I would tell you everything I know about this current situation. And upon that, I would demand you all provide good insights to make this go quicker for me. You have opened the door, William, with speaking of your knowledge. I thank you of that.
As he starts, he's going to start writing a pen, putting down a series of names, instances, location, people, and then putting it on the table. He puts the pen down, and he asks for everyone to add their own sentence as well. And with that, he pulls out a notebook, and privately, he starts adding a few more names to the list at the very back. A small little list with phone numbers that he keeps private to himself as he sits back and he watches everyone add their 2 cents. As for what they talk about, I would like to mask that because I need to talk to people about other info that I don't want to reveal yet. The classic Ocean's 11 don't reveal the heist before it's happening and shit.
Secrets.
It's time for a break!
Yeah!
Yippee!
Yippee! Oh man, we got right into the juice today.
Oh, God.
I'm doing great. B's doing great. Everyone's doing so great right
She
now.
was the words out of my mouth are cursed.
You are such a big girl for not jumping on him after he said that. You know, the feeding himself to the reactor thing.
Bro is feeding his fucking soul energy to the generator, man, and has been for a while. He's just like, yeah, you know, the reason we've been able to keep the lights on? Yeah, it's siphoning my life force. 6-6B.
Don't worry about it.
6-6B slow turns over to be like, how we feeling about that one? Be vibrating out of existence? Okay.
I don't know. She's being so calm and reasonable right now.
Yeah,
and
that's the
she's,
scariest part.
No, but she's so composed right now. She's handling this really, really
Man.
well.
Yeah.
Fucking Ray at the gun range, like, where are those guys?
Oh, we're gonna get there because believe it or not, there's more intrigue to come.
How are we feeling? We're on about 4 hours right now.
I'm down to do a Ray gun range scene.
It would essentially be the last
Yeah,
scene.
no,
I think we
sure.
can wrap it up
Yeah.
in 1 hour.
A lovely.
I want to see the other cute boy. I demand for no reason in particular.
You have been very
Everything's fine.
patient.
I've been so patient.
The other cute boy, Dusk Blush Lines.
Dust flush line.
The cute
Oh
they.
goodness. The cutest they then.
Yeah, no, that, don't worry about that. That's fine.
They are the cutest of them all.
Yes. Even I agree with this.
The amount of cute goes up with the amount of hands you have.
This is a fact.
Listen, Bryn, I'm going to make this as a statement that I hope you will understand. I'm getting serious Diligence Morgan flashbacks in this moment. I don't know how else to explain it. This is just, yes. Anyways, B's having a great time. I'm having a great time.
I'm serving myself more soda. I've drunk way too much soda already today, but like, oh god, I live for this shit. You guys don't understand how much I live for this shit. Oh my god, we're here. We're here, we're deep in it.
Chloe popped the fuck off today. That was
I told you, it's what I kept saying, right? When I was saying now that you have Chloe, shit's gonna fucking accelerate. It's because of that.
So cool.
Perfect shit.
God.
I'm losing my mind, guys. Holy shit. There's so much going on.
I'm so happy.
I'll be right back.
This is literally what I kept saying of like, I actually don't mind at all the fact that we're going pretty fast. I like this pacing, actually.
It's phenomenal. My plan is to grab my part of the intrigue and obtain mastery over that, and then just trust. Just be like, the Chloe shit. I'm gonna do that. I'll try to do that, and then everywhere else I'll be like, guys, please.
There's gonna be a need for like a lot of like post session discussion, not necessarily like right here today, but just to like organize ourselves. Because as we're going deeper into this, I also want to like have other things pop up, because now is the right time for those things to pop up, namely the more esoteric things that have been happening. It's now is the time, I feel. So it's time for more hints, one might say. If you can even call them that from what I have in mind, but yeah. That's gonna be for a different session.
I cannot wait to go full witch gremlin. I consume. I'm so fucking excited for the weird shit. I'm so happy. Everything is amazing.
Yeah, it's
like every time you were just like, I'm so excited for you guys to do the session this week, and I was just like, yeah, it's gonna be really cool. And now I'm just like,
I could fucking feel it. I don't know how far we would get, but I could feel that's like, yeah, it's gonna pop up. Like a lot of info is gonna get shared. We're gonna have some good poking in this one. And it's like, God, I'm so excited. I'm so happy. Everything's fine, everyone.
Everything's fine. Nothing's complicated. This is just a normal Tuesday.
A normal Tuesday.
Almost normal Tuesday.
Oh goodness. It will be nice to have a little bit of a tiny bit of like just hanging out with Ray to like, fucking get ourselves like down.
Fucking equalize.
Decompress. I am positive that nothing further will happen.
It's not like we're going to be telling him about the massive conspiracy that people have infiltrated his workplace and are using the uniform to terrorize and generally harass people. That would be crazy.
It's one of the wonderful things that I want to tell chat is, you noticed how deep we are. We haven't even started to explore every character's shit yet.
No.
None of their backstories have come up fully. Like, there's been hints at it, there's been stuff going on in the background, but we haven't fully engaged with any of their backstories yet, and I'm so excited.
The current clusterfuck is just a result of us tugging at the threads of William and Charlotte.
Yeah.
At this point, I am hell-bent and determined to complete everyone's loyalty mission.
Yeah,
That is I need that more than anything. You cannot even begin to fathom how much I need that on a spiritual level.
Well, it feels like it's a good idea then to do exactly what Bench wanted and like stop the clocks for a while.
Yes. Cause the landslide, bro.
Make him clean it up.
Can we unlock things? Can I?
Oh
Do
yeah,
I get
scene
to
over.
Okay, alright. I get to have Red back.
You can
Yay!
have my stat back too.
That's going to do nothing but make everything better.
Yeah, she was very calm during all that. I realized.
I
She's
wonder
very
why,
normal.
that's crazy.
She's very well adjusted.
Even William was like, "Huh, I'm not dead yet. That's crazy."
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's like he was very surprised.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Fully
they'll have
expected to have a feral banshee just strangling him by the end of his statement. Not gonna lie.
Listen, later. That could be a conversation for later.
That string fella. We have to grind all the nectar to upgrade the church so it can survive going through the Omega Relay.
Oh my god. Later, wink.
Oh god.
Oh
Alright.
my god.
I drank my soda. I'm going back to my station. Have to be what's for the second half of the stream. Oh, but I hope it's been fucking second. Oh, okay, you have been. Okay, I see. Because I was like, this is not like the second half of the stream. We have like 1 hour left in us. Like, imagine, Jesus. 8-hour stream, let's go.
Let's fucking go! Okay. If everybody's back and ready.
Mm-hmm. It's time. Alright.
Real quick in Wales.
Oh, see. Oh yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, if you want to do that, then it would also make sense that Bench would be like busy.
Yeah, I think I'll bench split off, go off that way. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Okay, cool.
Kidoki.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Dunk.
I will dunk you with fucking kudos in your DMs after we're done.
Early morning shit, so I'm gonna bounce early, chat. Enjoy the last scene.
Enjoy the last scene.
Yeah. And Merry Christmas. There are less R's to roll in happy holidays. Okay, that's it.
Oh goodness. Yeah. Everyone clap for Christian. He's the best. Thank you for being here as long as you did, Christian. It's been wonderful.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
There goes.
All right.
What a
There he
weirdo.
goes.
What a strange man.
Who was
Alright.
that?
All right. Are we ready to do the last scene of the day?
Oh yeah.
What?
Ah. Yeah. Pretty good. As our point of view comes back in. 6xb, you've been firing at like bottles and I mean, definitely your aim is nothing to sneeze at. I'm not sure exactly what you wanted from me, except like maybe you like need like a little bit more, just like team play posture, if that makes sense. But apart from that,
What does that mean? Explain that to me.
yeah, sorry, it's jargon. Well, it's not even jargon; it's more like a slang, really.
GM, want a request?
Yes.
Put mouse in the scene.
Oh, I see. Let me go fetch your boy.
You're gonna take him away from his new toy?
Yes, it's time for Mouse to learn how to use a Glock.
God.
Oh, I see. I understand. God, that's funny.
I need him to roll a crit 20 and for us to discover that he is a god of firearms.
I mean, he did live out in Mirkwell.
Yeah, exactly!
What? That means nothing. Hold on. No, I'm trying to find the fucking page we're on back. There we go.
Bring
Go.
forth the boy.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I will roll for how Mouse has been doing. Mouse, however, the aiming definitely has a lot to leave it to be desired. Yeah, I'm just not very good with this stuff. I mean, it's just a matter of practice, really. Just keep at it, and eventually, you'll get better.
What does team play
mean?
What does team play mean?
Right. Well, it's just a little bit of a thing that we say on the wall that, like, there's a lot of, like, and I'm sorry to say, but like it's especially present in snipers. So, knowing your weapon of choice, I guess I just made it. I'm sorry. But essentially what it means is that snipers, people who have trained, especially in the idea of being an isolated, shooter, and being able to take down. You have been solely focusing on essentially taking down your target on your own, isolated, away from the team.
Yes.
The only thing that I would say, and you're doing a great job at it, is the thing. When it comes to the basics of a firefight, you're good at it. You use cover the right way. You aim very well. You know how to use your gun very well. So the only thing that I could see you missing is, well, something that I see in a lot of snipers, and this is the fact that they don't really know how to tactically be part of the team.
They think back on all of their conflicts up to this point. Meditate on them. Huh. I think you're right. How
Makes
do
a lot of sense. It seems like you've been isolated for a long time.
How do I do that?
Well, it's less a matter of what you can do in a shooting range, and more a matter of your how to put this, how you perceive the battlefield. Looking down a scope, you get a tunnel vision. You think about your target and that's it. It makes sense. It works great for what it does. But the problem is that as a result, you don't look at your friends, you don't look at your teammates, and you don't look at the movements of the enemy beyond the heads you need to pop. No pun intended.
They're nodding.
The first thing that... So, I don't tell a lot of people this, but like, I actually had an encounter with the first years ago. And the first thing that you understand with the first thing that you understand when you're facing the horde, it doesn't matter how many heads you pop. There will always be more. That's when you start thinking less in terms of targets and a bit more in terms of keeping your team alive.
And how would you suggest doing that with a sniper rifle?
Well, in a weird way, a shot is a deadly thing, but it doesn't have to be. What it can also be is a deterrent. Because even the first have the instinct of trying to dodge bullets, of trying to survive. As a result, sometimes ammo is better used as a shield than a sword. And he's gonna teach you suppressing fire.
That was
essentially the idea of protecting your teammates by essentially locking down enemies and making sure that they don't get to shoot. Which makes you think about it. The idea of like a horde thing makes a lot of sense. You're not firing to necessarily kill things because there'll always be too many. You're fighting to like lead them a certain way, change their movements around the battlefield. So I'll tell you, like, with my mouth, I don't have a thing that I can copy paste.
Oh yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
So suppressing fire is the way we did it in the last thing. However, the way we did it in the last thing was literally I simplified it for the scene, right? So the one thing that you have to keep in mind with suppressing fire is that so there is a difference between NPC and PC.
Right.
In the sense that if you suppress fire with an NPC, they just need somebody to get them out of there in some way, right? They are completely locked. If it's a PC, it's different in the sense that you guys have the privilege of being able to lock out a dice in order to get out of there.
Makes sense.
That's like your base thing. On top of this, and this is where ammo comes in. When you do a suppressing fire, 1 clip per turn.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You can't suppress fire forever. It doesn't matter the amount of shots that you have per, clip, because that's, the only difference there is that with the sniper, you essentially aim exactly at the right point to make sure to like terrorize the person, right? You need less shots, but you still need them. So as a result, when you spend a turn suppressing fire, you use a clip of ammo.
That tracks.
At least that's how it is right now. I am fully, fully willing to change things in the future if when we test it out and like see it in combat, it doesn't quite work, right?
Oh, that's completely fine. I like what you're putting down right now.
Yeah, we'll see if it works.
Fuck yes. 6-6B
but yeah, so
happily takes this ability.
Mm-hmm. It's very funny because as a result of this, it means that while Mouse can't fire for shit, he also has suppressing fire.
That's what I'm talking about.
You know what? Hey, B.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also give you suppressing fire if you ever manage to pick up a gun.
Possess a gun and start firing it.
That's the problem. She can't possess a gun. That's necrotech.
Oh,
so she has to physically hold it and fire it.
Could she possess a glove?
We're gonna try.
Yeah, you could pay it. Like, okay, so these work with me here. Imagine this. You're Ray. Ray probably has combat gloves on, right?
Yeah.
You could possess Ray's glove and make him suppressing fire.
Oh, like make another person suppress fire.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
I think
pretty good.
I'll even go further than that. A glove in itself, you would have trouble because the glove is not solid enough to be able to pull the trigger. However, if someone, let's say, with gauntlets were to lose a gauntlet, perhaps, that's armor. That shit's solid as fuck. You might be able to just do that.
B, magic gun technique.
It would have to be. Like a gauntlet that's free of necrotech. So you would have to like retrofit that. But yeah, it could work.
6-6B's just gonna. I like it that Christian isn't here, so we can surprise him with the magic floating gun technique.
Yeah.
No, 6-6B is gonna go out of their way to get a gauntlet that they can throw on the ground, so B can do the goofy floating gun.
An attempt can be made. Oh my god, that's so stupid. I love it. While all of this is going to hang on, I need to Okay. While all of this is going down, she does try and do something real quick.
I will also say this, Jay specifically.
Yeah.
Me, but most importantly, Mouse, will forget that he has suppressing fire, so
Fantastic.
you will have to remind him that that's a thing he can do.
Fantastic. Perfect.
There's a brief moment as all of this is going on. Hops down from her spot on the lamp and reaches out and hesitantly tries to grab at one of the bottles and just kind of like stares at it blankly as her fingers go through the glass, and then just continues to stare at it.
Having finished up the shooting, 66B stops and is like, "Thank you very much for your time and expertise. We actually were hoping to catch you up on all of the things we couldn't say back at your station."
Of course. Yeah, I did notice that you were a little bit, distracted, one might say.
Looks over at B. Well, 66B is gonna follow your lead here. They're gonna keep practicing their shooting. You get to decide how much we're sharing with Ray.
I don't know how much you are aware of the goings-on.
Pauses.
Inside the city, but it would seem that there have been some individuals playing the part of Watchers.
Yeah. I did get to catch a whiff of that. Of course, hierarchy is not necessarily very open to sharing with the lower ranks like me. But it's hard to completely hide something like this.
Especially when they're going around and terrorizing random people and investigating places and breaking into houses and...
Yeah. I guess on that point, I have something to share as well. Do you guys remember when this mercenary lady came to my office?
She nods.
Well, she came in with some interesting news. News that when I told my superiors, they were not that surprised. So, once again, the hierarchy knew about this, but, us lower ranks were not deemed important enough to be part of the picture. It makes a lot of sense to me that that you guys would have found some people taking our uniforms, doing stuff under the guise of the Watchers. And I suspect that it's not the only uniforms that they've been taking, because, well, I did some digging, and all across the city, there's been some reports of worried foot soldiers who declare that they've been the victims of sabotage.
Oh boy. 66B.
It always coincides with something interesting. The very organization that lady used to be a part of and betrayed to sell me the info that she had. A name that keeps popping back up. Obsidian Security. They're always there to save our asses and look really good in the process.
Fascinating.
worker and a question. Those Obsidian security guys, they were the cargo carrier that they were attacking was Radiant Navigation, correct?
It was.
Yeah. 66B taking aim sort of turns back. We had a wonderful chat the other day with the CEO of Radiant Navigation.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, she's not the only client that has had an experience worthy of complaint, although she has been one of the nicer ones. Needless to say, this is not looking good for us. Our reputation is taking quite the hit. That's the
Intentional
problem.
sabotage will do that.
Yeah. Problem now is that, we've been on the wall for quite some time, but we're still just a mercenary company, as big as we are. If this continues, we might just lose the contract with the city council.
I wonder who would be there to sweep up their sad little pieces.
That's the problem, too. I've been looking into Obsidian Security. They're like a nothing company. And suddenly they show up with a whole lot of men and a whole lot of equipment.
Expensive equipment, too.
Yeah. Someone's making a big effort to make sure that we're getting replaced. Or at least that's what I'm thinking.
Perhaps just thinking out loud. If Radiant Navigation is is one of the foremost companies that is being raided regularly, and Obsidian Security knows exactly when and where to show up, is there not a real risk that the one who owns Radiant Navigation is the one framing you for your own failings, perhaps self-created ones?
That's what I thought too at first. Been looking into it. But again, this is taking place all across Libra. Not just at Gate 13, not just here. It's a global problem. It always aims at transports. It always has to do with stuff that is outside the city, stuff that is directly in our purview. And I'm gonna be honest, with the whole, era of insecurity we're in, or whatever the media says, and the idea of the military taking on more roles, especially within the walls, I don't like the coincidence.
You believe that this could be the city council's play, or I suppose the Preservation League's?
Could be. I don't see why they would, though. We've been faithful for a long time. It's not like we disobey orders. It's not like we're difficult to put back in line.
Loyalty may not have everything to do with it.
I guess so.
The real question is, if our city councilors declared a state of martial law, they turn and stare. Would you enact it?
Would hate it, but the orders are the orders. And that's probably the case for most of the boys.
So they must want something more than that.
Yeah. Or it's not their play. I've noticed something. But it's pure speculation. We, the Watchers, have conveniently been started to fuck up more and more. Fucking only weeks before that ink convoy showed up.
I will admit, based on our findings so far, it's easy to trace back, right now, the copper markets, as well as the church's blaze for the city. Ink remains an enigma. If they are the missing piece, they are actually the most likely culprit.
And now you know why my fucking brain went down a rabbit hole. If the Obsidian security is from Libra, in terms of records and sort of everything, they are from here, not from Ink. But if they are under Ink's boot, if they're financed by them, and if they replace us, then there is no more Libra-owned military. We are conquered. It's over.
And
I have shared these troubles with my hierarchy, but I've been met with a fucking wall of concrete and bones named fucking McCarthy.
Is there any way to go around him?
Potentially. But again, I am just a low-ranking officer that keeps getting put in the box of shame. No one listens to me.
66B turns and looks. Over the next few days, I believe things are going to become increasingly chaotic. Originally, I wanted to warn you so that you might keep yourself safe, primarily. But now, I think it may present an opportunity to catch some of those disguised bastards.
Whatever helps.
Have you heard anyone talking about a keeper?
A keeper? He sort of like looks at you, and immediately you can tell. There's something that happens when someone recognizes that name.
Mm-hmm.
It's only two paths from there.
Mm-hmm.
Either the type of look that tells you you're going to die in the next 10 seconds,
Mm-hmm.
or the type of look that says, I seen some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, it's the latter. Not in a long time, I've not, but if it's those bastards that you're implying are in this, I don't like that. Not at all.
What do you know about them?
All right, everyone. It's time for story time. It's time I tell you about Memor Mortis. And we're gonna end there.
Oh boy! Let's go! Holy shit!
This is why I wanted the last scene to happen. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
What
Okay.
a normal scene! What a normal fucking scene! What a normal guy! What a great guy!
Normal.
Great
Oh
guy,
my
normal guy.
God.
Get the
I love Ray.
conspiracy
I
cult
love
shit,
him
bros.
so much. I love him so much.
Shit's fucking wild.
Holy fuck!
Oh god, I'm so fucking excited. We're in it. We're in it. We're in the thick of it. We're in the middle of it all. Finally, we made it here. The setup is done. Now it's all fucking working.
Oh my god! What
so
a
happy.
juicy fucking session.
God, yeah.
Chat. As a heads up, we are again not playing this upcoming Saturday, so join us presumably the Saturday after.
Yes, I will try my best to be able to.
In the meantime, please come by on Christmas Day for Geistmas, and then the following week on Tuesday for Desert Bus. Thank you all for watching.
Yes.
Do we have fan art?
Oh, of course. I gotta
goodness.
wrap up stream because we gotta talk conspiracy literally instantly. I'm booting up the fan art right now because holy shit, a lot of stuff happened this session.
Oh my
God, yeah. God, yeah. Oh, I'm so happy. It's like you guys managed to secure Chloe, and I was like, oh, we're in it. We're in it.
We're in
it.
so deep.
It's here. It's all here.
In it.
Okay.
In that shit.
Can you get that? So, this is from BH Behemoth. Bench, what do you say on this matter? Bench.
Ka-ching ching! Oh my god, amazing. Peter, you know my eyes, your eyes, doesn't work if their eyes are money signs.
Sorry, boss.
I can't breathe in this thing.
The night is so cool.
I am glad you like. What are you doing here? Get out of there and get me pictures of spider ghosts!
Bench, I don't mean to
I
startle.
remember the spider ghost days. Back in those days, journalism meant something.
Bench, I don't mean to startle you, but I'm beginning to suspect B is Spider Ghost.
How dare you? She's clearly a wisp.
You'd be able to get a phone for 66B. Currently calling around the district has an alarmingly high chance of being answered. Correct.
Oh my god. Honestly, though.
From Popcat Dude. Yes!
Yes.
Oh
That's
my god, I love
wonderful.
that.
Fucking cute.
Oh, I love these so much. I love these so
lovely.
much.
God.
From Popcat Dude. Oh,
Oh,
yes.
lovely.
Bench's current hyperfixation.
Love that
Love
for
it.
him.
From BH Behemoth.
I wonder if 66B would care to learn. Would have to dig out the Kith King Knights deck.
You're right. You're right, though. You're right, though. If a rat uses the V word, is that an insult or a flirtatious compliment?
Depends on the rat.
Oh my
lovely.
god! From Whoops! Oh, I love it.
That's
so
wonderful.
Vessel 66B.
Bench's true form.
Oh.
True
Oh,
though.
that's amazing.
Okay. Again, everyone, as a
God.
reminder, no session next week, but we'll hopefully be catching you the week after. Have a happy holidays, everyone. Thank you
Happy
so much
holidays.
for streaming, Bryn. Thank you so much for playing Alora. Say goodbye to chat.
Bye.